Excellency Ambassador of Algeria, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, men of culture, we meet here because what puts us together is culture. It is my great pleasure to be invited by the African Museum to address your audience, honorable audience, about the legacy of Conrad, Joseph Conrad. I'm Joseph, is Joseph. Joseph Conrad, a Polish who became British writer. I'm honored, and I owe this honor to Miss Maria, the director of African Museum, to have invited me as a guest at this seminar. I'm also honored by the organizers who have given me this opportunity and put my remarks as preliminary to this seminar. Thank you for this privilege. And I also thank all of you. You have left your activities to come to this museum to listen to my remarks. And I feel that you are engaged to listen to me and to combat with the Republic of Congo in our fight for the recognition of the genocide which is taking place in my country. This is why I accepted the invitation, which offers me the opportunity to talk to an audience of those who will take the news and stand on our side. Thank you to all. I'm sorry, you probably will not be satisfied by my English. I'm a French speaker. You give me a topic, I love it. And sorry if my language is not up to your expectation. The task I've been assigned is to reflect on the significance of the annual commemoration of the victims of genocide in the Republic Democratic of Congo, observed on the 2nd of August, and its growing importance in public memory and international awareness. As I said to you, the topic is one of interest for me and for you, I know, also because of two things. We talk about our famous writer and his famous book, novel, Heart of Darkness, which links Poland to the DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo. Simply why? Because Conrad, who before becoming writer was a seaman, got employed and came to Congo by the time of Congo free state. That was in 1885, when Congo was a private colony of Leopold II. He traveled to Congo, and it was not easy to be accepted to come to Congo, because there were things which were happening which were hidden to the outside world. That was the genocide Leopold II, king of Belgium, was doing in Congo. Briefly, it was the time when they discovered the pneumatic tire, and the raw material had to come from Congo, the raw rubber, and the ivory also, which were exploited from Congo. And this was given as private colony to Leopold II, and he wanted to make more, to gain more on those material. He made the people work at their extent. And it was very hard for the population. And he used rule of cruelty, and killed a lot of people, around 10 million of people who died. And it was hidden to the outside world until Conrad published The Heart of Darkness in 1891. Then the outside world learned that there was something not normal which was happening in the Congo. And then, thanks to his book, there was launching of a campaign, a movement which fought what was happening in Congo, the silent genocide, and it was put an end to it. So this is the contribution of Conrad, and this is the link of Poland by the time to Congo, and what makes me to come here to be in front of you. Briefly, I want to pay tribute to the writer. Joseph Conrad, of Polish descent, was born in Ukraine on December the 3rd, 1857. He became a English subject in 1886 and died on the 3rd of August, 1924 in England. He was an English novelist and short story writer. He was first a seaman before he became a writer. I've said it. And the 2 decades he did at sea provided him the theme of his maritime experience, from which he drew his fiction. Hence, his novel Heart of the Darkness was published in 1891. Its setting was the Congo Free State, 1885 to 1908, a private colony of Belgium Kings Leopold II. That was a tribute I paid to Conrad and his literary work. Now I'm going to talk about the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the history of successive genocides which take place in Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo has throughout its history endured two significant periods of large-scale massacres in its people. Do you listen to me? Because I don't use the... Am I okay? Yes. Yeah. Or I may push a little bit to the microphone. So, each time these periods have coincided with the imperative for extensive exploitation of its natural resources. The first major period, which is well documented, occurred under the regime of King Leopold II, King of Belgium, during the era of the Congo Free State, towards the end of the 19th century. Following the invention of the pneumatic tire, Leopold II regime at the time decreed a campaign for rubber harvesting, completely turning a blind eye to the practical methods employed on the ground. Thus, for about 20 years, in a relentless drive to maximize rubber production, the population of central Congo lived under a regime of terror, subjected to bestial cruelties that included the burning of villages, abduction of women and children, hard labor, and hand mutilations. King Leopold II atrocities may account for the death of almost 10 million Congolese natives, a crime of a genocidal scale. What made the macabre plan more sinister was the way it was done. It was hidden from the outside world. Private companies in Belgium acted as fronts for King Leopold, selecting carefully those who would be employed to the Congo and ensuring their loyalty to keep hidden the colony secrets. However, published in 1881, Joseph Conrad's novel, Heart of Darkness, exposed the King Leopold II rule to harsh critics and contributed to the launching of an international protest which put an end to the genocide committed against the Congolese in the name of civilization, science, and progress. That was the second genocide, which had never been commemorated. Those people died by millions. We never heard people speaking of genocide in Congo by the time. The second major period began in the late 20th century and continues today. It is characterized by the rapacious exploitation of the natural resources in eastern Congo. With the new global order taking place after the end of the Cold War, the economic climate eventually transformed the world into a prime operational field for multinational companies, leading to the weakening of borders and international law. Consequently, Eastern DR Congo became a prime target, the focus of a global scramble for strategic mineral in this age of expansion of mobile telephony, minerals which are used, they come from Congo. The craze for electric vehicles, raw material from Congo, and the resurgence of global conflicts between nations. The tail end of the 20th century, with its crisis-ridden political agenda across the Grand Lakes region. Grand Lakes region comprises Congo, DR Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi are the main countries for the Great Lake when they speak of the gender crisis agenda by the end of the 20th century. With the potential for Congo, the president couldn't renew his regime. In Uganda, a new president came. In Rwanda, a new president came from Uganda, sorry. He came to power and put an end to the regime of the former president Habyarimana. So Kagame came into power, and in Burundi also there was a change. So the newcomer in Rwanda is going to be used, as Rwanda is the door to enter the Congo, is going to be used for the exploitation of resources. But when it's used for that, those who gave him this job, because Mobutu used to be president of Congo, used to be the chief in the region of Grand Lakes, Mobutu was controlling, but he couldn't renew his mandate, so a newcomer is taken and given that job as superintendent of the region. So it is an opportunity for him to exploit the minerals, and he has another agenda. 4 years, Rwanda, a tiny country, is looking land to expand, and to put its population, the great total population. So it's an opportunity for him to invade Congo. This is the conflict Congo is enduring for 3 decades, 30 years. So the genocide you are talking about for this period is due to the situation in the Grand Lake. For 3 decades, peace and security have been shattered in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This war has transformed into a predatory enterprise. It long ago transcended more military or geopolitical dimensions, aiming instead to plunder out resources, erase our collective memory, and destroy our communities. The consequences are catastrophic. Millions dead, families decimated, nearly 12 million displaced, women and children targeted, villages wiped out of the map, generations sacrificed. In several eastern regions, all the hallmarks of a project of extermination are present. The United Nations itself, through the mapping report, has documented the scale of these atrocities. This is not just a conflict, it is a silent genocide according to United Nations that has afflicted the Congolese people for over 30 years. As recently as last July, over 300 civilians, including 48 women and 19 children, were massacred in Rutshuru territory by the AFC M23 with the support of the Rwandan Defense Forces. These are not isolated crimes. They are part of a gruesome continuum. I've given an example of what has happened lately, but it is not an isolated case. It happens day after day. Each day there are killings, particularly the last 2 weeks. In spite the agreement which had been signed for peace, in spite the ceasefire decided by UN, it continues, the killings. Not in Rwanda, but on the Congolese territory. Everything, all the massacres I'm talking about, take place on Congolese soil. As is evident, the second phase of massacres is more severe than the first. What is happening now is more dangerous, is more severe than what happened during the period of Leopold II. Spanning over 30 years and still ongoing, having already consumed the entire first quarter of the 21st century. It's deadlier, more death, due to the accompanying degrees of cruelty, but also because it encompasses the 4 most populous provinces, and it is spending in other provinces of the country. Clearly, the adopted strategies is multifaceted. How do they kill? The strategies for killing the population. It involves the systematic elimination of community leaders. They start by eliminating community leaders, pastors, customary chiefs, bishops. They eliminate them to deprive the affected population of their points of reference. It entails large-scale destruction of this population, including through artisanal means, such as machetes and hoes. People are being killed by machetes and hoes. President Trump last time spoke of Rwandese crossing the borders with machetes and hoes to kill population on Congolese soil. It combines these massacres with the torture to compel the affected population to abandon their homes en masse and flee. So they use torture to get people afraid, frightened, and leave their home. When they say refugees come back home, when they come back, their houses have been taken by newcomers from outside, the stranger, the foreigner, have taken their house. You go to your house, you want to enter the house, somebody comes out with a machete. And he says, this is my home, this is my house. You have nowhere to go. It multiplies psychological wounds through unbearable and unnatural spectacles of terror. And finally, it involves the systematic use of rape as a weapon of mass destruction, including the rape of young girls, babies, and elderly women. Through contagion or by command, these heinous methods have been adopted by local intermediaries or accomplices who reproduce them within armed groups. So, their accomplices or other people in armed groups use the same methodology, the same strategies to keep the population. From this, a kind of pedagogy of violence based on unprecedented cruelties is gradually unfolding, prevailing the entire country, including the central and eastern provinces. All the country is embedded by this pedagogy, by these strategies of killing population. Everything is done so that the population can flee, leave their space free for the newcomers, for the foreigners, aggressors to occupy their land. Because I said, this conflict is not only based on resources, but also there is a greed, there is a will to occupy the territory. The sheer scale of human suffering, millions dead, countless communities obliterated, survivors scared by invisible wounds, demands not silence, but recognition of this Congolese tragedy, which is all too often met with indifference, denial, or trivialization. This is not merely, Congolese crisis. It is a dark stain on humanity's collective conscience. The repeated cycles of atrocities, fueled by a greedy thirst for strategic minerals, and foreign interference reflect the cost of indifference and the price of impunity. Each time crimes go unpunished, each time victims are silenced, the door opens to new waves of violence. Today, as the world demands justice elsewhere, the voices of Congolese victims must also be heard, for no peace process can survive impunity. Protecting human lives is non-negotiable. To remain mere spectators in the face of such crimes would be a form of complicity. The protection of human lives across all communities must remain at the heart of our actions. The international community cannot stand by as impunity takes root. This is the very purpose of the appeal that brings us together on this occasion. I cannot conclude without commending the unwavering commitment of the President of our Republic, His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, and the government who, thanks to support and determination of the Congolese population, have equipped the Republic with structures such as FONAREV. Those are the structures in Congo. These bodies not only combat sexual violence, but also ensure victim reparation and as a central pillar of assistance and cruciality. They advocate for the recognition of the forgotten genocides committed in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, to remember is to never repeat. To begin to heal is to never be alone again. Population in the Congo demands a recognition of genocides on the population of Congo made because of natural resources and because of their land. It's no more time to call people, to call countries for a second meeting as the one in 1885 Berlin Conference, when they spoke about the borders of the countries, United Nations, and even the Union of African Countries recognize the countries, African countries, in the frontier they live in. But when some countries think that at Berlin Conference in 1885, there were some lands of some countries left in other countries, inside the frontiers of other countries, this is a big mistake. Recognition of genocide means to look for the truth, justice, punish those who have committed acts of genocide scale, reparation, and take on an engagement that will never be repeated. Thank you for listening to me.
Good morning, everybody. It's really my great pleasure to be here with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions that I hope will be inspiring and very fruitful. And for the beginning, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. It's really a great pleasure. I just want to stick to the time, so... Yeah, so as it was already said, I'm an ethnologist and cultural anthropologist, and I work as a curator for the Slovene Ethnographic Museum, which is here on the slide. You can see our beautiful exhibition building. The museum is the central ethnological institution in Slovenia, which keeps collections both from the Slovene ethnic territory and also collections from other continents. It was established in 1923, so a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, we celebrated its 100th anniversary. But its collections have longer history, because the museum was before that part of the first museum in Slovenia, established in 1821, Carniolan Provincial Museum. And this is important to mention because the first non-European collections that we have in our museum are actually from the beginning of the 19th century. They were collected, I think, in the 30s, 1830s. So how I became interested in the topic and how my thought developed. So I started collaborating with the museum more than 10 years ago, and I was part of 2 international projects that brought together European ethnographic museums that deal mostly with collections from other continents. And we were tackling subjects or topics such as migration, diaspora, restitution, and decolonization. And of course, I had to, in some way, reflect on our own collections, our own historical and contemporary contexts, and try to put those topics into the operation of our museum and into our space. And through that work and through working with non-European collections, I actually found out that the Time of Socialist Yugoslavia stood out with the orientation of the country's foreign policies towards the non-aligned movement. When I started working in the museum, those collections from that time were actually not really exhibited in this context. There was not much talk about the time period, so Yugoslavia and the socialist regime, and also the non-aligned movement, were back then a kind of taboo. I think in the last 10 years, this has started to be more investigated and more spoken about. So when I started, it was really something new for the museum, and it was really like a huge task to think about what to do with those collections and how to work with them. So I found the principles of friendship, solidarity, help, and exchange between the members of the movement, but of course also other less developed countries, as very important and influential for the museum practices back then. So I wanted to basically explore them more and see what can we learn from that time for today. The non-aligned movement, just for a very brief information, was established back in 1961 here in Belgrade as a political platform for newly established countries, most of them former colonies, to have their voice heard in the international arena. But that, of course, developed more, and this platform opened other possibilities for collaboration in other fields, for example, on the economic, educational, and cultural fields. So one of the inspirations of my research was the quote written by ethnologist, Slovenian ethnologist Mago Šmitek, in the book Peoples of the World, which was published in 1979. I put it here as well because I want you to read especially the last two sentences. This is why I put it there. He said, "We should not simply import and uncritically use foreign ideas and ideologies, but rather create our own worldview. In this regard, as a small and non-aligned nation, we certainly have a certain advantage." So this was the beginning or the starting point for my PhD research that tackled or was focused on the Museum of Non-European Cultures in Ljubljana, which was established as a branch of the Slovene Ethnographic Museum back in 1964. So just very shortly after the establishment of the non-aligned movement. It was located in this beautiful manner, just in a village very close to Ljubljana, in Goričane, so sometimes I will call it Goričane Museum. And it was established basically as the first museum in former Yugoslavia to collect and interpret only non-European collections. So when I started working on this topic for my doctoral dissertation, I was exploring museums' collection policy. So I was very interested in how new objects, new collections were acquired during the socialist period. The exhibition policy, I will speak about that mostly, and also educational and accompanying program, which was really very rich. And I'm emphasizing this because there was only one person fully dedicated to working with non-European collections. Her name was Paula Strukel, and she really did an amazing job in that time. Just to say that the museum is not operating anymore. It was closed temporarily in 1990 due to some renovation, and then permanently in 2001. Because the Slovene Ethnographic Museum just decided that all the collections have to be exhibited under the same roof. So they were, after that, transferred to Ljubljana and are now in our storage rooms in the Slovene Ethnographic Museum. So my research questions were how researchers and museum professionals developed different methodological approaches to researching and presenting non-European cultures, based on what Mago Šmitek wrote in 1979. And can discourses and practices from the non-aligned period, so museum discourses and museum practices from that time, offer an alternative to existing museum practices? So in this presentation, I will focus on various discourses mobilized through original, so exhibitions that were created by museum staff and guest exhibitions in Goričane Museum. They reflected, but at the same time also strengthened and undermined current political and cultural tendencies in the country. 5 discourses dominated, and here are they are listed here. So they thematize the importance of the national liberation struggle for Yugoslavia, this topic or the struggle was also used to emphasize how those countries, so the Yugoslavia and other non-aligned members, were actually connected. And yeah, the French, how they were friends, and the importance of supporting each other in this struggle was very much an important discourse in those exhibitions. Then those exhibitions also emphasized the policy of non-alignment. They advocated for anti-colonialism and anti-racism through exhibiting objects from other continents. But they also try to emphasize, or not try, but they emphasize the role of Slovenian collectors as researchers, as important figures, who sometimes also contributed to the preservation of heritage and cultures of other places, which you will see in the following, which contributed to the strengthening of the national identity. And then, as the last discourse, there were a lot of narratives that provided this very exoticized image of the other. I identified these discourses based on a review of scientific and professional articles related to the functioning of the museum, with an emphasis on exhibition practices at the time. Then I also read museum exhibition catalogs. I went through or read through the articles in daily and weekly newspapers published between 1960 and 1990. And I also reviewed accessible archival materials, which we have in our museum, but which is also, like a very large part of it is in a private ownership of Marinka Oblak, the niece of museum curator Paula Štrukelj, which I already mentioned before. So I also visited her and went through the archival material that is kept in her house, basically. So through the exhibition activities, the Goričane Museum continuously presented its own collections. Those collections were acquired by various individuals in the 19th and also in the early 20th centuries, including missionaries, merchants, travelers, ship captains, military officers, and others. Those people, they were working on other continents, and during in the course of their activities there, they collected objects and photographed the environment and people among whom they worked. So when they returned back to the Slovene territory, to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and before that Austrian Empire, they became interested in giving or selling those objects to the museum, so that is how they came to the museum. The collection policy from that time was not systematic, it was also not well thought of. As I mentioned, objects came to the museum mostly by coincidence. The policy of collecting objects remained the same even after the Second World War, even though the number of people who worked on other continents increased. So this exchange and connections with other people, other places, really reached its peak during the socialist period. So the majority of collections from that period was collected by Yugoslav diplomats and representatives of Yugoslav companies, banks, and also in some cases researchers, writers, and so on. And here on the slide you can see curator Paula Štrukelj. She is on your right, with Vera Bebler, wife of the ambassador to Indonesia, Aleš Bebler. The museum also cooperated intensively with private collectors who did not leave their collections to the museum after the exhibitions were completed. Smaller collections of objects were also collected in the field by the then museum director Boris Kuhar and previously mentioned curator Paula Štrukelj. Some objects were also sold or donated to the museum by foreign students from non-aligned countries and other individuals. So the estimation of the number of the objects in our museum today is around 10,000 objects from different parts of the world. Almost half of Goričane Museum's exhibition activities were comprised of exhibitions that were the result of international cooperation. And this is also something that connects us with Belgrade, also with the Museum of African Art, because those exhibitions were traveling from Belgrade to Zagreb, Sarajevo, Ljubljana. Not all, but most of them. Most of those exhibitions were provided by embassies or governments of countries within the framework of international cultural and scientific cooperation. So there were bilateral agreements signed which enabled those exchanges and traveling. Those exhibitions were prepared by museums in these countries or by commissions, scientific institutes, or other bodies designated for this task. The Goričane Museum was also dedicated to more profound collaboration with foreign students, foreign experts, and also domestic experts, of course. But foreign students stand out in a way. They provided additional information on collections at the museum. They implemented cultural programs, for example, music and dance performances, shadow puppet shows. They also contributed to some exhibitions, and they also did guided tours on the museum exhibitions for the TV shows. So here on this slide is a family from India who really very much collaborated with Paula Štrukelj, Koki and Jayant Gosalia. They were mentioned in Paula Štrukelj's reports on her work as those people who really contributed to the collection. They supplemented the collection in a really, large way. So when they went back to India for a visit, they bought a lot of objects which were then sold or donated to the museum. They also organized guided tours, and Koki actually spent quite some time at the museum because she was working there as a keeper of the exhibitions. And I would just like to show you very shortly a video clip from the radio and television Slovenia, which shows Koki Gosalia explaining the clothing culture, so how to wear saris, at one of the exhibitions in the 1979. The exhibition was titled Indian Clothing and Jewelry, and the voiceover here, which is now explaining about another exhibition, is just saying that the museum oftentimes collaborated with foreign experts, among them students from other countries. So very soon you will see Koki and her presentation. Maybe just to say before that, this video clip is of very low quality because I got it from the radio and television service as a raw material to prepare a documentary film on students who came to Yugoslavia and stayed after they finished their studies.
Tesno povezujejo tudi s tujimi državljani, ki živijo pri nas. To je nas oblačila sarije, pa to je 6 metrov dolg, pa 1,20 metra, 1,40 je širok.
So she speaks in Slovene language.
Ena ženska vsak dan sprot okoli viha, ima dol spodnjo krilo, pa gor posebej bluza,
So if anyone's interested, I can show you more later. And now I would like to focus on exhibition narratives, those 5 that I listed before. And I will start with the discourse of the national liberation struggle. In the early period of the museum's operation, the focus of exhibition narratives was not on Yugoslav foreign policy oriented towards non-alignment, but the museum highlighted most often the national liberation struggle. This topic remained present throughout the museum's operation. This discourse was to a significant extent related to the Goričane castle, to the Goričane manor, where the museum was placed, because it was a place of remembrance for the provincial conference of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, which took place in this castle back in 1934. When the museum opened in September 1964, a memorial room was prepared which thematized the 30th anniversary of this conference. In 1984, the memorial room was renovated and a new exhibition room was also prepared, in which the role of the castle as a Nazi concentration camp in the Second World War was highlighted. And these were the only 2 exhibitions that dealt with other topics. All other exhibitions showed objects from other continents. In addition to emphasizing the importance of the national liberation struggle for socialist Yugoslavia, this struggle was also highlighted in exhibitions of non-European collections as a connecting element with nations from other continents. It was particularly emphasized in the exhibition on Vietnam, which was opened in 1970 in the premises of the Slovene Ethnographic Museum in Ljubljana. It was prepared in cooperation with the Republican Coordination Committee for Assistance to Victims of Imperial Violence and dedicated to the 10th anniversary of the National Liberation Front of that country. According to the journal Ljubljanski dnevnik, with this exhibition, the Slovene Ethnographic Museum emphasized the national liberation struggle of the Vietnamese people and their great suffering in this. In addition to presenting the so-called ethnological view of the Vietnam and its peoples, the exhibition also showed Yugoslavia's participation in efforts to help the Vietnamese in their struggle. The exhibition emphasized the similarity between the Yugoslav and Vietnamese people's struggle for their freedom, independence, and self-determination. And here you can see the delegation coming to the museum to see the exhibition. The discourse of the national liberation struggle as a connecting element between Yugoslavia and other non-aligned countries was continuously used, especially when promoting exhibitions that came to the museum from other continents. In 1981, there were 5 exhibitions organized, and all of them were framed in this discourse. From the mid-1970s onwards, it also began to overlap with the emphasis on non-alignment. So, as already said, in the first 10 years of the Museum of Non-European Cultures operation, exhibition catalogs emphasized friendship with the countries whose material cultures they represented, while non-alignment itself was rarely directly mentioned. The concept of non-alignment was adopted by cultural and educational institutions with a delay, which was also expressed by the warning of the Federal Commission for Cultural Relations with Foreign Countries, that these institutions lack interest in cooperation with developing countries. That was also the case for Slovenia. Until the mid-1970s, there were less such cooperations, probably not just to the lack of interest in cooperation, but also due to financial constraints, lack of infrastructure, but also lack of expertise to deal with such topics. The movement began to be mentioned more frequently in the second half of the 1970s, and in the second half of the 1980s, it began to lose its strength. This also reflected the dynamics of the NEM itself. In the exhibition catalogs of visiting exhibitions, non-alignment was mentioned, and friendship with the non-aligned countries and the importance of learning about their cultures were emphasized. But these connections between the countries were not illuminated in more detail. Most often, the catalogs outline the history of the country and individual aspects of the culture or art of the peoples whose material culture was presented at the exhibition. Here you can see two images from the exhibition El Dorado, gold from Colombia between 1st and the 16th century. It was also here, I think, in Belgrade, in 1981. I'm putting it there because they very much emphasized the connection with Colombia, this non-aligned friendship and solidarity, and also because it was the most visited exhibition at the museum. In the course of 3 weeks, it was opened only for 3 weeks, around 9,000 people came to see it, which was really a big success. A more detailed review of the visiting exhibitions that came to the Goričane Museum from other continents shows, and this is very interesting, that more than half of the exhibitions were from countries that were not or not yet members of the non-aligned movement. So they still framed the exhibition as an exhibition from the non-aligned country, although that was not quite the fact. And this may have occurred for political reasons, as some of those countries later joined the movement, and cultural exchange may have also paved the way for their accession. A review of catalogs and other records showed that the narratives provided by the museum about the cultures and heritage of non-aligned countries did not differ significantly from the narratives related to countries that did not belong to the movement. So these narratives, ideas were basically the same. It is also possible, and this is my understanding of the situation, is that the non-alignment served very much as a promotional maneuver for the museum in a way, and a way of securing funding for exhibitions. It was a way for the museum to integrate into the existing political framework that drove international cooperation and exchanges through its exhibitions and the discourses used. Why I'm also saying that is because the then museum director Boris Kuhar told me that when he mentioned non-aligned movement, solidarity, and so on, he immediately was given extra money to organize those exhibitions and accompanying program. Nevertheless, we must emphasize that with some exhibition projects, the museum highlighted a critique of colonialism and its destructive consequences for society and cultural development in former colonies. That was, for example, the case of the exhibition Akamba Makonde, Art of East Africa, that was prepared by the then director of the museum, Boris Kuhar, and he wrote in the exhibition catalog published in 1970 that Makonde sculptures must be also seen or understood as a way of resistance against oppression and enslavement. It's a very interesting quote. Of particular note is also the exhibition on apartheid in South Africa that was opened in 1982. Judging by the newspaper article about the exhibition that mentioned that people could also see it in other places in Slovenia, I assume that it was prepared in the Goričane Museum. It was really not a lot of material that could help me understand what was going on with that exhibition. So I don't have any images, and it is only this article that speaks about this exhibition. The organizers, and in this newspaper article it said that the organizers used the exhibition to outline historical aspects from the period before colonialism and apartheid in South Africa, and then drew attention to the devastating consequences of the latter for the local population. The Goričane Museum also actively drew attention to current social problems. That was the case with the exhibition What People Eat Around the World, which was opened in 1975. It displayed menus and objects related to food preparation and eating in Africa and Asia. But it also included, I hope you will be able to see it, quotes, for example, this year, this and this number of people will die because of hunger, because of famine. People suffer around the world because there is no enough food and so on. And the exhibition was the response on the global food crisis that happened in the middle of the 70s, in which really approximately 2 million people died. So with the discourses that I mentioned so far, the national liberation struggle, anti-colonialism, anti-racism, emphasizing the importance of the non-aligned movement, the museum was trying to, or maybe not trying, but the effect of that was to bring Yugoslav people or Slovene people in that case, or the visitors to the museum, closer to the peoples who were, whose cultures or objects were exhibited at the museum. But there were also other discourses that made this very huge gap between the two. For example, when the museum spoke about certain collectors, that mostly happened when they presented collections of missionaries. The person who prepared almost all of the authorial exhibitions at the Goričane Museum was the curator Paula Štrukelj, and with some exhibitions she presented objects by country or continent, while with others she highlighted the collections of individual collectors. It's interesting that in her professional and scientific writing, when discussing collectors, she focused mainly on the 19th century actors. So she didn't write about her collaboration with ambassadors, with foreign students, with other experts who came in the time of Goričane Museum to the museum. Therefore, we can get the most complete idea about her understanding of the role of missionaries only. She portrayed them as researchers who contributed to a better understanding of the geographical conditions and culture of the people among whom they worked. In this way, she brought them closer, this is my interpretation, to Western researchers and established in a way a distance from the local people who were the subject of the missionaries' research. She emphasized the missionaries' selflessness and glorified their activities, which can also be seen in that quote. She portrayed them as carriers of civilization who were active in their role, while the local people were portrayed as anonymous masses and victims of wider social events who needed help from, for example, missionaries. That was also reflected in the newspapers that reported on such, on those exhibitions. For example, journalist Peter Božić went even further in glorifying the work and role of missionaries among the locals. He was writing for the journal Delo about the exhibition Culture of the Ojibwa Indians, that was the terminology back then, in the 19th century. He wrote about the missionary Friedrich Baraga, who worked among peoples in North America, and he saw Baraga especially as a preserver and one of the founders of Indian culture. This indicates the distinctly Eurocentric undertone of this exhibition, which did not include a broader historical and social context and consequences of the missionaries' activities, let alone their connection with imperial politics. Božić also emphasized Baraga's role as a bearer of civilization, which he saw in the fact that Baraga taught the locals how to work, how to write, how to build houses. That was very much emphasized at this exhibition. And Paula Štrukelj also wrote about this when she described the work of the missionaries. So probably this journalist got this information from her articles, from the exhibition, and also by talking to her. It was very similar, although not so radical when speaking about diplomats. As I already said, Paula Strukel didn't write about her collaboration with diplomats, but of course in the exhibition catalogs and also in some journals, there were mentioning of the exhibitions that were based on the ambassadors' collections. And as you can see here, they were also praised for their interest in other cultures, interest in the way of lives of the peoples among whom they worked, and they tried to portray them as, you know, important researchers who were passionate and willing to dedicate their time and also in some cases their money to collect those objects. So the texts, in my interpretation, reveal a tendency to place both missionaries and ambassadors in their roles as researchers and collectors alongside Europeans, especially from the West. That created and widened the gap between Yugoslavia and other countries, but it contributed to the strengthening of the national identity. And the last discourse I wanted to discuss here is the exotization. So exhibition catalogs and media coverage of Goričane exhibitions often led readers to understand people from other continents as static, backwards in time, who only began to change with the arrival of white immigrants. The regret of changing ways of life and thus forms of folk art among non-European peoples created in exhibition visitors and readers of texts a feeling that what could still be saved had to be saved. So that was the idea of the salvage ethnology. The need to preserve the original objects of the locals, which alone bear witness to their tradition and heritage, was often emphasized, while contact with Western civilization transforms them or causes them to disappear. Writers also often discussed the primitiveness, so-called primitiveness, of peoples from other continents. One example is the exhibition culture of the, again with the terminology from the time, of the black tribes on the White Nile in the 19th century, which was opened in 1968 and in which the glorification of the missionary Knoblaucher was combined with an emphasis on the underdevelopment of the people among whom he worked. Here are two quotes that are evidence of that ideas. However, some writers have also pointed out their own Eurocentricity and questioned the legitimacy of judging the art and culture of non-European peoples by European standards. That was especially a journalist, Sandi Sitar, who wrote for the Ljubljanski Dnevnik. And for example, at the exhibition Pre-Columbian Art in Peru from 1977, he refuted the concepts of underdevelopment, development, and progress. Here you can read his quote. He said, "It is of course difficult to talk about underdevelopment in this case, because the exhibition tells us of an extraordinary level from a time when many developed nations had nothing to show. It makes concepts such as development, progress, and so on relative, and even disqualifies some Eurocentrism." So what to do with all this complexity of narratives and messages that were conveyed to visitors in the museum? How we can work with this legacy and how we can exhibit and present non-European collections today. This is for the conclusion in the last couple of minutes. So in my understanding, discourses that established distance from the other, so those on collectors, those on the specific characteristics of other peoples and continents, they are a legacy of earlier collections and museum archives, the creation of which was based on knowledge that emerged from the Western intellectual circle. So this knowledge that was very much framed in the colonial framework came to our space through scientific, professional, and popular literature, especially from the German-speaking world, and was also co-created with museum collections. So it was, on the one hand, the result of the literature that was circulating, but on the other hand, also the result of involvement of some people from the Slovene territory who were taking part in the direct colonial endeavors of other colonial empires. For example, German Empire, we have a collection in our museum that was a result of a collaboration between Germans and a Slovene engineer who went to Togo, who was the beginning of the 20th century German colony, and he helped there to establish a radio telegraph station, and in an indirect way he helped the empire. And of course all of these contexts helped to create this knowledge and contributed to the ideas of what to select and what to select on the field and what to bring back to the museum to be exhibited for the wider audience. So what I am proposing is that in contemporary museum work, these legacies and past involvement in the colonial intellectual horizon must be recognized and addressed. We need to be careful about how we use older terminology, photographs, and how we display objects in an exhibition. For example, which ones we put together, which ones not, why we do that, which objects we display, which we don't display, and so on. It is also important to work with the people where the heritage comes from. And this is the practice which we see also existed at the Slovene Ethnographic Museum back then. And it could be an inspiration for today's practices. So with this call to work together, to explore the past in shared endeavor, I'm concluding my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And at the beginning, I want to say that that's a great pleasure to be a part of this event. And well, the collection I'm going to tell you about today is undoubtedly an unusual one. Its history is complex and multi-layered, and it's closely linked to the history of the city of Wrocław, or Breslau, I should say. And I will use these two names, Wrocław and Breslau, interchangeably, but most of the time I will be speaking about the pre-war city. So why the history of this collection is so problematic? I think it's just because we are talking about objects that were brought to Germany from distant overseas countries. And at some point, at the Second World War, when Breslau became Wrocław, it turned out that the artifacts had become part of the Polish collection. However, this was not the end of the changes, because then, at the 50s, they were transferred from Wrocław to Warsaw, where most of them are still being kept today. So whose collection is it? If we can consider it as a part of our history, but again, is this history ours? How should we deal with this difficult and very sensitive legacy? Well, I can't promise that I will answer this question, but I will certainly show you what we faced in our research when we undertook it a few years ago with my colleague Urszula Bończuk-Dawidziuk from the Museum of the University of Wrocław. The starting point of our research was precisely the desire to learn something more about the objects that are currently stored in the institution I mentioned, in the Museum of the University of Wrocław. And it's just over 115 artifacts contributed to the teaching resources of today's Department of Ethnology and Cultural Anthropology at the University of Wrocław. And our research also allowed us to discover that this was only a small fraction of the collection that had been stored in Breslau before the war. And also that there was a museum in the city that almost no one remembers today. However, to say something more about this, I must start at the very beginning, which is the history of German colonialism. And the period of the German colonialism lasted from 1884 to 1990, during which the German Empire exercised authority over overseas territories. Although this relatively short period of time compared to the powers such as Britain or France, the German imperial history was enough to leave a mark, forever changing the fate of its conquered lands. At the end of the 19th century, the German Empire aspiration for territorial expansion intensified, and its ambition for a prominent position among the major imperial powers were realized at the Berlin Conference of 1884-85. And it was this particular point that the future of the African continent, as well as the division of its territory among the European powers, was decided. The division was, of course, artificial and did not reflect the natural division that had existed previously as a result of a historical agreement between different peoples. The German Empire assumed sovereignty over the newly created German Southwest Africa, present-day Namibia, German East Africa, mainly present-day Tanzania, Togoland Protectorate, mainly present-day Togo, and Cameroon, present-day Cameroon. And the German Empire will also claim overseas possession on the territories of Oceania and Asia, of course. And the influence of colonialism extends beyond grand global politics, permeating the everyday lives of Germans and incorporating elements of non-European cultures. All of this was also reflected in Wrocław and manifested itself in a desire to collect. A very important figure in this point was Georg Tilenius, and when he became an associate professor of anthropology at the University of Wrocław, then the University of Breslau, of course, in 1900, he initiated the accumulation of non-European arts and crafts. Initially, the collection was housed alongside the anthropological collection at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Wrocław. And here on the photo you can see the first building. Now it's also the property of the university. And in this building, that was the first place when the collection was stored. So the collection includes objects gathered by the Professor Tilenius himself, and he's focused particularly on the South Pacific region. And of course, as well as those donated to the emerging institution by other collectors, Tilenius also raised funds for the purchase of objects from, for example, the Congo region. 4 years later, Tilenius became the first chairman of the newly founded Ethnographic Museum in Hamburg, so today's Mark. And for the next 3 years, the Wrocław collection were under the care of Professor Karl Hasse. And well, that was Karl Hasse here. But the Karl Hasse's job was to find some suitable curator for this museum. And then the position was filled by Professor Hermann Klotsch, who had returned from an expedition to Australia in 1907. He was appointed professor of anthropology and ethnology at the University of Wrocław. Although the Institute of Anthropology was founded in 1909, only 5 years later it received its own building, a villa at Tiergartenstraße 74, and it's a present directorate of the Wrocław Medical University. That was the, of course, archival photo and today's photo, and also the interior. And this building on Tiergartenstraße was a very significant milestone because the collection, which had previously only been accessible for researchers, suddenly became available to the public. So this building, taking this building was the official launching of the Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography in Wrocław. Klotsch passed away in 1916, and he was succeeded for a period of 8 years by Professor Theodore Mollison. The museum was experiencing financial difficulties then, and that time nevertheless succeeded in expanding its collection. Following Mollison's relocation to Munich, there was discussion regarding the closure of the museum. However, in 1928, Professor Egon Feicher von Eichstätt returned to Breslau from India to assume its position. The period of his directorship was marked by a significant development in the field of ethnography, namely its separation from other disciplines and its establishment as an independent institute. The institution was housed in a seminary building at Martinistraße 7, the present-day St. Martin Street in Wrocław, where a museum with ethnographic collection was also open to the public. In 1944, anticipating potential war damage, it was decided that some of the exhibits would be placed in cases and transported to the Botanical Institute. And this proved to be a very, very wise decision because in 1945, the building at Martinistraße was destroyed and a part of the university collection was lost. After the Second World War, the Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography was not reactivated, which means that there was no suitable place, no suitable institution in Wrocław that could take care of all of these artifacts. This was also one of the reasons why it was decided that the collection, and I mean 1,000 of objects from around the world, was transferred in the 1950s to the Museum of Folk Cultures, which was then located in the Brühl Palace in Warsaw, and now it's of course the State Ethnographic Museum in Warsaw. And as I said at the beginning of my presentation, just over 115 objects remain in Wrocław, and contribute to the teaching resources of today's Department of Ethnology and Cultural Anthropology at the University of Wrocław. And those artifacts are currently housed in the Museum of University of Wrocław. At the same time, in Warsaw, we can find about 3,000 objects that were once kept in Breslau. The largest part of the collection of the former Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography in Wrocław considered the objects of arts and crafts from Oceania and Africa, of course. This is undoubtedly connected with the history, with the territories that the Germans considered to be their overseas possession. However, it should be also noticed that among these artifacts purchased were also those from Asia and Americas. As we know today, the artifacts, both of a religion and domestic nature, collected by travelers, were acquired in large quantities, often illegally or through deliberate exploitation. Information about their creators, although well known and popular in their circles, was not recorded by visitors from overseas. This has resulted in numerous objects being known only through the lens of the collector, their secondary owner, thus diminishing their significance and reducing them to history defined by violence. But who were the people who acquired and collected those artifacts? Their activity is closely linked to the history of colonialism, of course, which aroused the desire to possess objects and to appropriate a culture that was considered inferior and therefore subordinate. The activity involved university professors and researchers who wanted to expand their knowledge, as well as merchants who were focused just on profit and were ready to admit acts of profanity. Some of them consciously choose their destination, traveling to less frequently visited places, which could, of course, be the source of significant profits. Others, such as soldiers or missionaries, did not have the ability to make independent decisions. We, of course, me and Ursula, as I said, we wanted to gain this knowledge. Who were these people? We have only one document, only one list of objects, and that was document 44 pages, and that was the list of evacuated objects from Breslau. And our work was just to compare this list with the today's museum documentation, of course, museum in Warsaw, just to find the object we are interested in. And of course, the documentation I mentioned just confirmed that among the people who donated or sold the objects we are interested in, there are representatives of all of these groups. And here I concentrate myself, of course, only of people who brought to Breslau African collection, and I want to present you some figures. So one of the figures we learn about, maybe just a second. One of the figures we learn about is Karl Adamec. He was born in 1877 in Zębowice, and it's today Zębowice in southwestern Poland. As is known for his position as an officer, captain of the German colonial troops in Cameroon. We know that Adamec led a punitive expedition in the Cameroon grassland in the summer of 1912, and he was also involved in other ones between 1905 and 1913. There is no doubt that it was through this method, violence, he acquired the works, which he then sold to the museum collection. He speaks openly about it, for example, in a letter sent to Felix von Luschen, sent in February 1905, and today the letter is in archives of the Berlin Ethnological Museum, and I quote, "Since I have been working in the Bamenda district, I have come to the conclusion that collecting on the occasion of a warlike action produces more complete and original result than the purchase of goods." And this is an obvious Adamec confession that when we talk about African arts and crafts, violence gives better result than bargaining. Punitive expeditions were the best way to make rich loots, and this vision even served as motivation for his soldiers. We know that he transferred a huge number of objects from Cameroon to a museum in Berlin, including those that can be still seen today at the Humboldt Forum. Traces of his violence activities can also be found in pre-war Wrocław. Of the many objects sold to the Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography, only 8, 1 in Wrocław and 7 in Warsaw, have been definitely identified among the artifacts that have survived to this day. So in Wrocław, we have just one object, and it's a wooden stool you can see on a photograph now. And here you can see the objects brought to Breslau by Adamec, and that's examples of objects stored in Warsaw. What's even more, we know that Adamec donated objects also to the Natural History Museum in Berlin. According to the documentation, these were animals' remains and skins obtained in Cameroon. However, some of the materials also suggest that more than 10 human skulls were among them. Another person directly involved in the work in the Africa colony is Dr. Ernst Radlauer from Breslau, and here you can see him on a photograph, the first on the right. He was German civil servant and assessor working in present-day Tanzania. He was the author of publication on laws governing the local administration of the protectorates in their financial aspects, and also legal treaties on the status of mixed marriages. We know just 7 objects from his collection that were stored in Wrocław before Second World War, and all of them are today in Warsaw. And of course, the collectors, the merchant I told you about, were not only colonial workers, because when we discussing this subject, we of course have to also mention university staff. And that's why we have here Professor Hermann Kuttner, who for 25 years was head of Department and Clinic of Surgery in Breslau. Before that, he was the leader of the first expedition of the German Red Cross organized during the Boer War in South Africa. Although Professor Kuttner brought hundreds of objects to Breslau, only 3 of them can be identified based on pre-war records, all of them now in Warsaw. And that's a great example, because from the inventory we have like 100, 120 objects, but we can identify only 3 of them. So that's how the documentation of this Breslau museum looks like. And the last source of the artifacts originating from Africa is, of course, the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. And this is because in 1888, a federal law known as the Bundesratbeschluss was passed in the German Empire, and that requiring that objects brought from the German colonies by government representatives of a government-funded expedition were to be sent to Berlin to redistribution. Despite this restriction, of course, considerable numbers of objects of art and crafts were transferred between collectors and museums and scientific institutions, of course, but we also have evidence of the application of this law and the transfer of objects, mostly like doublets, from from Berlin to Breslau, and we know 8 objects of this provenance, and all of them now in Warsaw. Looking at the artifact presented or mentioned in my presentation, one might ask, in the most cases, well, what's the common feature of this object? What was the selection criterion. And when we looked at those examples, for us the answer is very simple. They are masculine. This is in fact a feature of almost all collections gathered during the colonial era. The decision to collect such artifacts might have been influenced by, of course, aesthetic consideration, pigments, material, forms, etc. All of these things were interesting to European and American eyes. Undoubtedly, another important factor was the fact that thanks to this exotic appearance, they embodied the image of brave savages. All this means that women's handicrafts, woven basket, mats, fabric, etc., remain significantly underrepresented in the collection we are interested in. This fact may be particularly surprising because, for example, when it comes to Africa, many communities were matriarchal. However, the dominant female voices fell silent in the face of collectors who shaped the tastes and awareness of their fellow citizens by making their collection available to them. What is also very evident when we studied the list of objects collected once in Breslau is that these artifacts were collected without any understanding of them. They were brought in huge quantities, preferably from places that no one had reached yet, with what of course guaranteed better profit. One might get the impression that this problem affected almost all imported objects, all except those that at some point were rightly considered extremely valuable, and I mean here, of course, the so-called Benin bronzes. At least 2 fragments of plaquettes from the Kingdom of Benin were found in Breslau before the Second World War. After the war, both ended up in Warsaw, and one of which was stolen in 1979. And of course, the on black and white photo was stolen. And to sum up my speech, I'm very pleased that I had the opportunity to present you the history of the city that has long been overlooked during the discussion of the colonialism, but in the past housed several thousand non-European objects, including a substantial number of African artifacts. Although the museum has been forgotten for years, we are trying to restore knowledge about it through our work. Our goal is not to point fingers and settle scores for action taken years ago, but to restore awareness of the full history of Wrocław and the action of its citizens. We believe that since we cannot change history, we should also remember its dark side and learn the appropriate lesson from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You touched the subject, and you said that the archival records are scarce in order to do provenance research.
Yeah.
But have you engaged in systematic provenance research? And if yes, do you believe that with the present records you could identify a significant part of the provenance of a significant part of the collection? Or do you believe that the records are so scarce that probably it would not be possible? This is, of course, an important question, because if we want to go towards restitution, shall we do so on a more political basis, or shall we do it on a more or less scientific basis? Is my question clear? And
yes.
I know that it's easier to ask a question than to answer.
Thank you very much. I think we have a huge problem with documentation when we talk about museum in Breslau, because we have just one list and few letters. And when we try to compare the objects that are now stored in Warsaw with the list, we know, I don't know, maybe like a 5% of the collection, and it was before like 3,000 or 4,000. So, for example, we can show from the objects that are now stored in Wrocław about maybe 10, 15 objects that we know the provenance. But when I said we know the provenance, we know the collector or the place, and that's all. We know something more because of we know something more about the object, the doublets from Berlin, because we have documentation from Berlin. And from Wrocław, we have none of them. So I think it's very difficult to say something more about giving back the collection, because, to be honest, our exhibition showing this collection, showing this problem, is just the first exhibition of this object at all. So we just starting the discussion, we just try to show this collection, this pre-war collection. So I think it will be maybe possible to find something more. But now the research we made show us that it's almost impossible to find the accurate and the all provenance of the objects. So I think that's just we can just reveal the part of the knowledge. So that's very, very problematic for us.
All right. At the beginning, you can see map of Congo, pre-colonial Congo, and this kingdom cannot be confused with present states, modern states in Africa: Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. Most territory of the Kingdom of Congo lies in present-day northern part of Angola. And Kingdom of Congo is an interesting case of pre-colonial African state which from the end of the 15th century maintained intensive contacts with Europe, especially with Portugal, and from the beginning of 17th century also with Dutch. The consequence of these relations were the adoption of Christianity and a number of European patterns. From the end of 15th century, the rulers and significant part of the inhabitants of the kingdom considered themselves Christians and were also perceived as such in Europe. The adoption of Christianity was a free decision of the ruler and the Congolese elite. At the time, the Portuguese did not have enough possibilities to impose their will by force. The Congo was perceived by Portuguese as a trading partner and a possible ally. And a very interesting case. It was believed that there was a kingdom of the Prester John near the kingdom of Congo, which was identified with Ethiopia. It was imagined that the most convenient route to Ethiopia led through the Congo. It was imagined that Ethiopia and Congo could be important allies in the fight against Muslims occupying the Holy Land. And the belief of the close proximity of the Congo and Ethiopia persisted until the end of the 17th century. Even in the description of Africa written by Alfred Dapper, at the end of the 17th century, the idea of the proximity was very presented. And you can look this, you can see map of Africa. Here is Kingdom of Congo, and Ethiopia is here. But in the description, from the 16th till the end of 17th, and maybe even early 18th century, this idea existed. Establishing contacts with Europe and adopting Christianity enabled Congolese to travel to Portugal. They went there as envoys of rulers, while others came there in order to gain European education. Establishing contacts with Europe and adopting Christianity enabled Congolese to travel to Portugal. They went there as envoys of the rulers, while others came there in order to gain European education. So a group of literate Congolese appeared. People educated according to European patterns conducted correspondence with European courts on behalf of Congolese rulers. And also, schools were established in Congo, where, in addition to a few European, Congolese who had received their education in Portugal and later also in Congo, were teachers. The Congolese visit to Portugal made it possible to learn about the European realities. Contacts with Europe were not limited to Portugal. Congolese rulers in the 16th and 17th century also maintained diplomatic relations with the Holy See, as well with the Protestant Dutch Republic, despite that the Congolese were Catholic. At the beginning of 17th century, King Alvaro I sent an embassy to Rome. The purpose of this was not only to pay homage to the Pope, but also to obtain papal consent to gain control over the cathedral chapter in Congo, in the capital. The ruler also wanted that the members of the cathedral chapter be exclusively his subject. Another important reason for sending envoy was to set out a route from the Congo to the kingdom of Prester John. The king of Congo wanted the Congo to be treated on similar principles as European kingdoms. The Congolese ambassador Antonio Manuel Nevunda traveled through Brazil to Spain and only reached Rome on the 3rd January 1608. And he started his voyage 1603. But unfortunately, he died 2 days later of his illness. His mission testifies the contacts with the Holy See were important for the Congo, thanks to which the Congolese ruler tried to limit Portuguese influences. And now, this is a bust of Antonio Manuel Nefunta in church Santa Maria Maggiore in Rome. It's another view. All right. This proves that Alvaro was interested in political cooperation with Rome and Portugal, and at least temporarily. Antonio Manuel Nefunta left an extensive collection of documents also concerning the internal affairs of Congo, which indicates that the Congolese elite used written documents in state administration. And at least some people had private archives. The archives of Antonio Manuel Nefunta now are at Vatican Archive, and you can use it. But and it is interesting. The documents are in Portuguese, Italian, and also Latin. The arrival of an envoy from Africa in Rome became a great event. He was treated with respect, emphasizing his European way of being and knowledge of languages. And this is another painting of Antonio Manuel Nefunta which is in Palazzo Corazzieri, in Quirinal. And what is interesting, the expedition of Antonio Manuel Nefunta was his first trip to Europe. He gained knowledge of European languages and customs in the Congo. This proves the effectiveness of schools where in most cases the teachers were Congolese. One of the consequences of establishing contacts with Portugal was Portuguese settlement in the Congo, primarily in the capital. Portuguese clergymen, merchants and soldiers were in Congo. It was also thanks to them that European models were popularized in Congo, and at the same time the Portuguese took over elements of local culture. Many of them, even priests, married local women, so a group of new letters appeared there, often associated with royal courts. Some of them became members of Cathedral Chapter. The Congolese elite, influenced by the stories of people returning from Portugal and Europeans residing in Congo, tried to transform the country on the model of European kingdoms at that time. And however, the Portuguese and mulattoes did not constitute a cohesive group that could have a crucial impact on policy of rulers. Rather, it was the rulers who used their skills. One of the first ambassadors from Congo to Holy See was Portuguese, New Christian Duarte Lopes, who was sent in the early 80s of 16th century to Rome, and he talked with Italian humanist Filippo Pigafetta, and thanks to these talkings, Filippo Pigafetta prepared, on the basis of the relation of Duarte Lopes, the first extensive description of the Kingdom of Congo in 1589. Congolese, educated according to European models in Portugal and later also in the Congo, were not only used in the state apparatus, but were also responsible for propagation of Christianity. Usually there were only few clergymen in the Congo, and they resided mainly in the capital, only occasionally going to outside the capital. During the periods of absence of clergy, it was educated Congolese who were responsible for catechization, teaching the principle of faith, prayers. They also taught literacy. The role of the clergy was mainly restricted to administer sacraments. And this watercolor is from Handbook for Missionaries, Missione in Pratica, written in 40s of 18th century by Bernardino d'Asti. And on this watercolor we see white Italian Capuchins, local so-called wooden horse, schiavi di Chiesa, slaves of Capuchins, and there you can see two catechists, educated Congolese, who play important role in Christianization and the teaching in Congo, even in 18th century. But this handbook is also interesting that for missionaries who were sent to Africa, apart from written relations, the very important were pictures. Unfortunately, despite many attempts by Congolese rulers, Portugal and the Holy See made it difficult to ordain Congolese. Therefore, Congo was dependent on Portugal in this case. The situation has improved somewhat since the second half of the 17th century, when Capuchins sent by the Congregation for the Propagation of Faith arrived there. Although Congolese church was not fully controlled by the Congolese rulers, Christianity was not seen as a forcibly imposed foreign religion. Relatively quickly, it became an important element of local culture. Christianity was an important element of the ideology of power. The rulers presented themselves as those supported by heathens, who ensured their victories and allowed them to maintain power. The belief was shared by majority of Congolese. Even during a period of limited contacts with Europe in the second half of 18th and 19th centuries, when the Congo was only occasionally visited by priests, Christianity continued to be an important element of the culture and ideology of power. You can see coat of arms of first or second and in reality first fully Christian king, Afonso I, who reigned from 1506 to 1542. This coat of arms was prepared in Portugal, but on the basis, the preparation was possibly thanks to relations given to Portuguese by Congolese envoys to Portugal. And this coat of arms explain why Afonso should reign the kingdom. Afonso I, before enthronement, should kill his pagan rival, Mpanzu Akitima. And this coat of arms explained these stories because Afonso was victorious according to Congolese tradition. I am unable to explain whether this story is true or not, but according to this story, rival of Afonso was killed thanks to mysterious intervention of St. James the Greater and his knights, who appeared on the sky and killed pagan forces. And these 5 swords represent this knight of St. James. And now this very interesting. This coat of arms was produced by Godinho in the 40s. This is the first graphical representation of a coat of arms. We know that this coat of arms existed earlier, but we know only description, a letter from King Portugal to Afonso. But the sketch of this coat of arms disappeared. That it is later representation, but there are 2 interesting aspects. First, it is proof, this coat of arms is proof, that Congo was treated at the time in Europe as ordinary Christian kingdom. One of the many kingdoms. This coat of arms, and here is a page from the collection of a coat of arms. And here, sorry. here we have Congolese coat of arms, where we have coat of arms of the Kingdom of Scotland, where coat of arms of the Kingdom of Poland, and where coat of arms of the Kingdom of Bohemia or Czech. But from the point of view of the author of this collection, the Kingdom of Congo was similar to other Christian kingdoms. This is one aspect. But second aspect, the coat of arms prepared in Europe functioned also in Kingdom of Congo. Afonso I used this coat of arms on standards, but also later kings also used this coat of arms. And here is a throne, Congolese throne. This engraving is from the description of Africa prepared by Dutch geographer Alfred Dapper in the late 60s of 17th century. And on this engraving you can see object of power, Sanctissimo Sacramento is papal bull, bracelet is indigenous object of power, is indigenous insignium, leopard skin also indigenous insignium, and on the backrest of the throne there is the same coat of arms. It's not such visible, but this coat of arms here is the same as here. And the rulers of presented themselves as those supported by heathens, by especially St. James helped them, but also sometimes Virgin Mary, San Francisco, or San Antonio de Padua. And this belief shared was the majority of Congolese, even during a period of limited contacts with Europe in the second half of the 19th century, when the Congo was only occasionally visited by priests. Christianity continued the important element of culture and ideology of power. Congolese rulers repeatedly sent requests to Portuguese governor in Luanda in 18th and 19th century to set them clergy. It was believed that the participation in the enthronement and funerals of monarchs and chiefs was necessary. Despite the lack of priests, thanks to Congolese catechists, such as this person, elements of Christianity and literacy survived in Congo. Despite the tension and even a few wars with Portugal, the kingdom lasted as an independent state until the mid-19th century, and the Portuguese were not able to impose their will on the Congo rulers. But now, it is widely believed that the contact with Europe in the early modern period was destructive for Congo, as it was for other parts of Africa. The arrival of Portuguese contributed to the development of transatlantic slave trade. This trade imposed on the Congolese by the Portuguese contributed to the depopulation and was cause of the internal conflicts. It was supposed to be one of the causes of the fall of the Congo kingdom. Contrary to this opinion, the Congolese rulers were involved in the slave trade, and most of the exported slaves, with expectation of a period of civil wars in the second half of the 17th century, came from the areas outside the Congo. Rulers, on the other hand, tried to control the slave trade and impose taxes on this trade. Such action was sometimes interpreted as a hostile attitude toward the slave trade. This view was propagated by the famous Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe in his collection of essays, The Education of British Protected Child. The destructive role of Europeans was portrayed by Nekundan Lab films. In 2016, the documentary film Kimpa Vita, the Mother of African Revolution, was made by him. The same director made film Kingdom of Congo in Search of a Destroyed Kingdom in 2020. In both films, he tries to prove that the Portuguese destroyed the local rich culture and similarly contribute to collapse of the state. Now it's a drawing of Kimpa Vita in the relation of Bernardo Gallo, Italian Capuchin, and according to relations concerning Kimpa Vita written by Capuchins, there are no other sources. We know only thanks to European relations, Bernardo Gallo, Lorenzo da Luca, about Kimpa Vita. And according to this relation, Kimpa Vita was not mother of African revolutions. His action had no Pan-African dimension. She was a noble woman who thought that she was possessed by Saint Anthony of Padua, and thanks to it, she visited every Friday. He once talked about Congo affairs with Holy Trinity and other saints. And after it, on Sunday, she returned to Congo, transmit information which had received in the heaven. I don't know whether it's true or not. I'm not a specialist in supernatural material. But what is interesting, author of the film presented her as a person persecuted by Europeans, but in that time in Congo there are very few Europeans, and many were Italian Capuchins, unarmed. And it was impossible that they could kill her. She was sentenced to be burned by order of the King of Congo, Pedro IV, in 1706. She was burned for supporting the king's rival and destroying crosses. Her death was the decision of the ruler of Congo, not Europeans. And that is interesting, apart from her, her partner called St. John was also burned. But Italian Capuchins rescue their child because Pedro IV also wanted to burn their child. And at the end, the view of European destructive role in Congo are recognized by many people interested in Africa. Historical sources indicate, however, that the Portuguese were unable to subjugate the Congo in the pre-colonial period, and that the Congolese rulers and political allies willingly and voluntarily adopted a number of European patterns. In 1491, the ruler voluntarily was baptized as Joanna I, and from that moment, Christianity became an important part of ideology of power. The Congolese political elite, as a large part of the population, considered themselves as Christians and were perceived as such by Europeans. In the pre-colonial period in the Congo, as in other parts of Africa, Europeans did not have resources to impose their will. It seems that the Kingdom of Congo was not a herd of darkness. Contacts with Europe did not lead to disintegration of the state and society, nor did they have disastrous effects on local culture till the end of 19th century. Thank you very much.
Very much. You finished earlier than expected, so maybe there are some questions which could be asked right now. Yes, Hanna.
Thank you very much. I just wonder, because there was this during the Middle Ages and later on, there was this legend about Prester John, yes. the king, the priest who was the king in Africa of a wealthy country, and so on and so on. And somehow we may say that the legend turned out to be true because there was Ethiopian Empire, for example, and there really was a powerful empire that was Christian empire. But I wonder if you came across any somehow reactions in European sources that somehow claiming that the legend came to be true in terms of the Kingdom of Congo. I'm interested in there is this, you know, like simple connection between the legend and the imaginary of Europeans, of Capuchins or whoever else that referred to this legend in terms of the Kingdom of Congo. Thank you.
From a point of view of Portuguese or Europeans, and even Congolese, it was not a legend, it was reality. We have letters from Holy See to ruler of Ethiopia, letter who was to send through intermediary of Congolese. Of course, he not arrived to Ethiopia, but from the point of view of Europeans, they were sure that the Congo territory is very close to Ethiopia.
Because of being Christians or no? No.
You hear me? Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for this presentation. It was absolutely fantastic, and I congratulate you on your research. My question concerns the relation of Christianity and the rule of king. So, in a sense, I'm interested in, maybe I missed some point in your presentation, but I'm interested in the relation between religion and the rule before the establishment of Kingdom of Congo in such a way where Christianity and the rule were so closely related. So how this, in a sense, was a continuation of the already existing relation between religion and rule of the king or the ruler. Thank you.
I suppose that it was a continuity, but to local beings, local objects of power were added European Christian elements of also stories. But the main problem dealing with traditional, earlier imagination, religion, is that we have no sources. In 1482, first European appeared at the coast of the Congo, and in 1491, Nzinga Nkuvu was baptized as Joan I, and from that moment on appeared more sources. The problem is that oral traditions, African oral traditions, dealing with the history of Congo, imagination, beliefs, were written down in the half of first time in the half of 16th century, and more broader in this history of Reino do Congo in 1622. But they were written down by European. They heard and also when they were written down, they also transformed this tradition. I mean, it is very difficult, but it's very dangerous. John Thornton wrote about it, to use contemporary collected traditions, because most of them traditions are based on popular or scientific text written by Europeans. And sometimes traditions were transformed because of events which took place after Christianization. For example, the Belgian Jean Cuvelier collected many traditions, but these traditions were many times based on written texts, and also are influenced by events which took place many years after Christianization.
Anyone else? If not, thank you very much for this specific insight in the less dark history, I would say. And now?
Thank you. I prefer to stand when I speak. It's a bit easier. So our first subject is going to be geopolitics, but geopolitics in the sense of what's the place of a museum there. You can see more or less the building through the roof of, through the window of the pavilion where visitors enter. You see already that we are a very historic place, where actually the language of the building is very important. I'll talk about that. So, geopolitics first, where I show you Leopold, but not Leopold II. I show you Leopold I, the first Belgian king. In the 19th century, Belgium was a very young country, and it had been created in 1830, not as a nation, but as a buffer state. It was a buffer state between Germany, England, between Netherlands and France. which right from the beginning, there was an understanding, certainly in the mind of Leopold I, but also of Leopold II, that this was a risk. So I'm not sure that you will be able to see that from the background, but this is a little souvenir. Maybe my Greek friends would call for restitution. The first official travel of Leopold II was to Greece, and he brought a little souvenir, some marble from the Parthenon, which was looted from the Parthenon. And you can't see it, but I can tell you that below the médaillon, it says, "Il faut à la Belgique une colonie." And so already, and this was dates back to 1860, there was an obsession in the mind of the Belgian king. He was not yet king, he was crown prince. We need a colony. And why did he believe that? For two reasons. The first one was linked to the Belgian status. A young, relatively, in geopolitical terms, weak nation. He thought that by obtaining a colony that in the 19th century context, that Belgium would be stronger. There was a second reason, an economic reason. He believed that in order to create markets for the very industrialized Belgian nation, you needed to go outside of Europe, because within Europe the competition was very strong. So he believed we need a colony. I think the ambassador already talked about the Berlin conference. That was an important moment. And that's a moment where Leopold II succeeded in obtaining this colony. He did so against the will of the Belgian government, because the Belgian government was not very keen on a colony. They thought that in view of the neutrality which was imposed by the nations which created Belgium, that this would go against the will of France, Germany, England. The king succeeded in obtaining the colony against the will of not just the government, but also of the Belgian population, which thought that this colonial adventure was something which was going to be very costly and would bring only misery. So it was an unpopular project. Another geopolitical element, and then we go towards today. Historically, the Mercator projection of the map is not very precise. And you see that there Russia looks enormous, while actually, if you look at the reality of Africa, Africa is much bigger. And today, we are in a completely different geopolitical situation. Today, Africa is awaking. Today, Africans realize that they have for a long time been underestimated, but I would say more, they have underestimated themselves. I believe that today this is finished. African citizens and African leaders believe that they have a table at the negotiating table, and that's what we see in practice. We see it in practice, for example, in the Sahel, where governments, they have grave difficulties, but they do not any longer count as before on the help of outsiders. This means that we have to change our mind. Well, that's another one which shows the perspective. I won't go too much into that, but that's the GDP, for example. In terms of GDP, Africa has not gained very much, but actually, in relative terms, we Europeans have become, yes, we have become more wealthy, but others have gained more quickly. China, but also the United States. So the picture for us Europeans is fundamentally changed. And I'm today a museum person, but coming out of diplomacy, I believe we cannot ignore these facts. Some of our actions today should take into account the change of perspective. And when we look at our activities as world museums, we should be aware of this change of perspective. Otherwise, I believe that we are lost. So I came with those geopolitical beliefs to my present job. What is one of the reasons why I believe that the adventure of the Tervuren Museum is worth it? That's very much the fact that in our museum we produced stereotypes. And so what is the best place then to dismantle, to deconstruct those stereotypes? That's the place where we produce them. This is the building, well, part of the building, that's where it all started, the Africa Palace. It's a very palatial, well, and in the beginning it was built, at least the front, as a small palace. And that's how we started. In 1887, there was a world exhibition in Brussels, and Tervuren, those were the hunting grounds of the Dukes of Brabant, and that's where Leopold II established to have a temporary exhibition about Congo. You can already see the stereotypes. What do you see? You see lots of weapons. What's the connotation? Africans are violent. You also see naked people. Was that the reality of the time? Sometimes maybe yes, but not necessarily, and certainly not all the time. But on a very systematic basis, Africans were shown naked. What is the underlying message? These are primitive people. This is then the building which was constructed almost at the end of Leopold II's life. It was inaugurated in 1910. It was built in the beginning of the 20th century. Architecture normally had evolved. What's the language of that building? What's the narrative of that building? It's very imposing. It's a palace. The grounds are the grounds of, you could compare it to Versailles. It's a French garden. This is a language not of science, it is a language of power. I must admit, for us to have continued to function as an African museum in that context, it is somewhat reckless and difficult. When I was a schoolboy, and when I visited the museum, one of the first objects which I saw when entering the museum was this. This is leopard man. And yes, in Congo and in some other African countries, there are Agnoto fraternities of leopard man. The leopard is a symbol of power. But was it really necessary to put this sculpture produced during the colonial era? Was it necessary to put it at the entrance of the museum? It was there. It was almost the first image which you saw. And what's the connotation? It is Africans are dishonest because they move around with a mask and they are violent. And below that figure, the picture is maybe not ideal, you see someone sleeping and the leopard man is about to kill that person. So when we renovated the museum, we decided all those racist and stereotyping sculptures, we will remove them as much as possible and put them in the basement. But actually, when we had renovated, visitors entered through the basement, where we had put together in a specific room, again, some of those stereotyped sculptures. So actually, when we reopened, we realized that we had not done a good job. We are now in the process of changing that. This sculpture of Leopard Man, those who know their classics know that this is Tintin. Tintin was very popular for a very long time, and he was inspired by the museum to have this figure of Leopard Man, who is not only violent, but in the Tintin story is also stupid. So the stereotypes which we produced had an impact outside in, for example, a classic, a classic of literature of Tintin. I believe that today Tintin is losing its impact because not just on Congo, but on all subjects, it is relatively stereotyped. And I believe that youngsters today don't read it. But my generation, for us, Tintin was part of our classics. Though I must admit, I was born in 1961, I only read it lately. Tintin in Congo was withdrawn from circulation early on because it's very extreme. But actually the other albums about, for example, South America are still today being sold and actually show a stereotyped image of foreigners. Where we could not change the setup of the museum is in this place. This is the most prestigious room of the museum. It's the big rotunda. And there we have a number of sculptures. The Heritage Services told us this is part of a historical undertaking. You can't remove it. And we're not the only European museum which has this problem. I don't know if you have visited the Porte Dorée in Paris. That is today the Migration Museum. There you have a whole bas-relief and you have sculptures which are not contextualized and which also contain very racist and stereotyped images. Here you see, for example, a missionary, and he has 2 children, naked, by the way, and the subtitle, which we were not allowed to remove, was this one. It says, "Belgium brings civilization to Congo," while it should actually read, "Belgium imposes its culture on the Congolese." But we were not allowed to take it away. What did we do? Belatedly, because I remember visiting the museum as a diplomat with some of my Congolese and Burundian and Rwandese and other African colleagues. They were quite shocked by the fact that we were not going to remove it. It's only belatedly that we asked Aimé Mpane, which you see on the right, who is a Congolese artist, to produce counter images. And so today there are curtains which do not completely hide the racist language and which produce counter images. The one which I find most significant there, which is clearest, is this one. Here you see how often, not always, but how often European women were depicted with an instrument, elegantly dressed. And here you see how in the museum we showed African women. This lady is very eroticized. We do not see this as a person, we see it as an erotic symbol, which is part of the exoticism which we have seen also in other parts of the world. For example, the images of North Africa and of women are often in that sense. One last word about these counter images which we produced and the curtains. From the service, which we have done free service since I arrived in the museum, we actually find out that people do not understand what we mean with the counter images. So actually the big rotunda is still an issue for the museum. The only way to fully understand what is happening there is with a mediator, with a guide. And unfortunately, it's only 30% of our visitors who come and take a guide. It means that the 70 other visitors do not necessarily get our message. We are working on that, but I can tell you that the process for creating a new space for the images, for the stereotyped and racist images, the team is working on it since 2 years, and they have just announced me we are again not ready. Why are we not ready? We try to do that in a participative manner. So we have a working group with people from academia, with people from the diaspora, and we try to do that in common. It means that we have lots of micromanagement from different actors, and that coming to a conclusion and a result which is readable is not evident. So I stand before you with, as a very humble director. We are trying to do certain things. We sometimes succeed, but sometimes we do not succeed. And I'm talking a lot to my colleagues in Europe and abroad, and many of us do not find the recipe. There are different solutions. Sometimes we're successful, but not always. We have to admit that. This is a space which is dear to my heart and which we inaugurated in the beginning of my mandate. It was produced specifically at the demand of the diaspora in Belgium. It's a room about racism. It's an educational room, but it works well. Even visitors who look around in it and do not have a mediator or a guide, they understand what we want to say. We explain what racism is about, and it's about racism today, not in a historic context that we do in other spaces, but it's important and it's right at the entrance of the museum. In symbolic terms, it is important. It is not a reparation, but it is playing a role as an educational museum and taking up a role in society. This is a memorial. It is a memorial which was created in 1908. The text which you see up there is about Europeans who, between the conquest of Congo and 1908, so the period of the independent state of Congo of Leopold II, who died. Not just Belgians. I believe there were more than 1,000 Scandinavians, for example, working for Leopold II. Our problem was what to do with that. We asked a Congolese artist, Freddy Tsimba, to do something about it. And he produced this. He actually printed the names of the few Congolese, not many, who died during that period, when there was what some claim was a genocide, where certainly many people died. How many, whether it was 10 million or 1 million, we don't know. But there were many people killed in the red rubber era. He printed those names, and when the sun shines, which is not every day in Brussels, but when it is like that, it is very magic. Then the names of these Congolese are projected. It is an artistic intervention which is appreciated by many, not necessarily by all. Some find it not explicit enough. But when the sun shines in the afternoon, it is a very magic moment. And personally, I believe it is an important way of showing respect for the memory of those victims. A few words about restitution, on which Belgium has a law since 2022. Basically, the law says what was stolen will go back. But how do you define what was stolen? I'll show you this Nkisi, which is a very important element was a very important element in many villages. This object was actually stolen before even during the conquest of Congo Central, near Matadi. It was taken away from Chief Nekoko. Why was it taken away? I don't believe that Del Commune, who was the actor, the representative of Leopold II, who stole the object, who took it away, he didn't take it away because he thought it was beautiful. I don't think so. Today, on the art market, it's very valuable, but then I don't believe it was for that reason. An Nkisi was vested with many powers. And whenever the village had a problem or was attacked, they would drive a nail into the Nkisi and wake it up, and they could project all the powers vested in that object against the enemy. By taking it away, the chief was weakened. And so if this object came into our collections, it was stolen, and it was stolen with a very specific aim, to weaken the village. And Nekuku, in a very formal way, asked for restitution already then in, I don't have the precise date, but I believe it was before 1885. So it means that the demand for restitution is not completely new. This demand for restitution came back and was launched by a certain Mobutu, then president of Zaire. It was launched in 1973. And at that moment, Mobutu was still very much a respected head of state. And it brought actually a debate going in UNESCO on restitution. The 70s was important in that respect. And there was a first operation of restitution from Belgium during the 70s, which didn't go very well because when it happened, Zaire was already very much weakened and there were no structures to accompany the movement. But restitution, which is very much a subject today, is not so new as a subject. And that's fast forward to 2022. On the right, you see His Majesty King Philip. On the left, you see President Tshisekedi. Then we brought an object to Congo in the framework of a state visit. It was the worst, I would, well, maybe don't register that one. It was not a very fortunate initiative. The idea and the intention was good, but actually there had not been a dialogue on the choice of object with our Congolese counterpart. There had not been a dialogue with the local community to which this object belongs from an ethical point of view. What did it mean in practice? It meant in practice that there was, when I arrived a year later, when I arrived in the museum, activists told me, actually, Ambassador, well, they could still call me ambassador then. They said this object was fake. This was not real. Which, of course, you can't imagine that a museum would give an object which is not authentic to His Majesty the King. But that's what many people in Congo believe. There was also those who are against restitution who sent me proof that this object had immediately been sold by the Congolese by Sotheby's in New York, which is of course complete nonsense. There are only about 30 of those objects in the whole world, and they're all very well documented. So within minutes, Sotheby's would have seen that this was a museum object and could not be sold. But all these kind of stories mean that around restitution, there is lots of controversy. We had the first temporary exhibition which we had with me as a director was about restitution and provenance research. A large majority, and you can't see it from far probably, a large majority of those who could vote said that the objects which are restituted should be brought back to the family and to the communities. What we see in practice today in terms of restitution is that the main actor are states. And so there will always be a tension when you restitute between the state, the community, the family and the individual, who all, in a way, are entitled and feel entitled. Today, the position of the Congolese state is not very clear on restitution. They have not gone forward on the invitation to go to a bilateral treaty on the subject. And they talk much more about reconstitution than restitution. And reconstitution means that they say the objects are one element, but they're just objects. You have to work together with us to reconstitute our access to our traditional culture. Because we feel, and those are the words of the Minister of Culture of Congo, she said, we feel like a tree which has no roots. we were rooted in our traditional culture, and of course we have evolved, but we want to regain access to our traditions, and you have taken away those traditions. And it is true that the colonial civil servants, the missionaries, have systematically imposed European culture, European religions, and have taken away many of the traditions. And that's the way in which many of the objects in our collection of cultural objects, overall it's 130,000, of which at least 2/3 are from Congo, have come into our collection. A few words about a word which we have heard here, decolonization, and I try to avoid the word. I can't avoid it because whenever a journalist comes and asks me about the museum, he asks, well, are you decolonized? Decolonization is a container word, and it has very different meanings for all actors involved. There's not one definition. Here I show you, I don't know if you know him, it is Stromae. These are the diaspora and activists. Many of the activists tell me the museum should prepare for a future without objects. All objects which are in your museum, they should go back. Whatever is their origin, they don't have their place in a museum. They were not conceived for a museum. This has become very strong after, you see on the right, you see a demonstrator in Brussels after Black Lives Matter. If we had a law on restitution, it's probably very much due to the pressure which came from the diaspora. Is this necessarily the point of view of all people out of the diaspora? I haven't talked to Stromae, but many people from the diaspora say, well, actually we like the museum because we can't afford, all of us, to travel to Congo, and at least you are a gateway, you show us the way to our own culture. So there is no consensus on how we should decolonize or how we should reinvent the museum. A second category, to which in a way I belong, this is the white Belgian population. When I was born in the 60s, when I was a young boy, I still remember when I first saw someone of African origin. It was around the university. At that moment, Belgium was a purely white society. Today, that is no longer the case. Brussels today is one of the most diverse cities in the world. Today, in our cities, in Belgium, up to half of the population is of migrant origin, sometimes second, third generation. We are today a very diverse society. We have become, whether we want it or not. It is a matter of polarization. It is one of the elements of polarization, but we cannot turn back the clock. It is impossible. But in the minds of many of my fellow white citizens, there is still a helmet. There is still a colonial ideas. They were part of my education. I remember that the director of my school, when I did my first school, he was a former missionary. So his ideas, by definition, were colonial ideas. They are still somewhere in my brain. I might have fought. I was, a child of the 60s, and I fought my parents. I fought against their colonial ideas, but these ideas are part of us. So we have to recognize that. And the word nostalgia, for example, some of the visitors to the Tervuren Museum or to any of the former colonial museums or the museums who carry some colonial heritage, there is this feeling of nostalgia. Then there are the experts, which I'm trying to become and which you all are. Among the experts, there is a clear power struggle. There's the expertise of the diaspora. There is civil society, some of them diaspora. There are museum professionals. There are art collectors. Do not forget about them. They are very influential in society. Some of those collectors are part of the elites, and for them, decolonization or a different view on those traditional collections might mean that they lose some of the money which they have invested there. There are different methods. There is intersectionalism, there is co-creation. In our new strategy, for example, we say that we want to have a participatory approach and that we want to move towards co-creation. Co-creation you can only do if you're equal partners, which is problematic. So we claim that we are participatory, but co-creation, are we truly doing that? We try. We are not just a museum, we're also a scientific institution. For me, it was an enormous victory when I had my geological colleagues coming to me and saying very proudly, we have just published an article in Nature. Nature is something like, the most prestigious scientific journal in the world, certainly for exact sciences. And they said, the first author is not a member of the museum, the first author is one of our Congolese partners. And that, as a matter of policy, is part of our strategy today. It is to make sure that it is our African partners who become first author or main author. That was not necessarily our strategy up till a few years ago. We have to admit that. So decolonization is not just a matter of exhibitions. It is decolonizing the minds. I'm a former diplomat, so I can tell you, beware of diplomats and politicians, because what is restitution for them? It's just pocket money in negotiations. It's about improving relations with the South. And do they care about reconstitution? Do they care about the fundamentals? Not necessarily. They see this as pocket money in the negotiation process. And so we have to be very careful as cultural actors, as museum directors, or as to make sure that the objective is not a short-term diplomatic gain on either, because politicians everywhere look at short-term gain. We should have a long-term view. And what should be our baseline and what is our main argument towards the politicians? It's the geopolitical change on which I talked at the beginning of my intervention, which should be the basis of our strategy. And also, and that's a European point of view, it's the change within our society. We have to reflect that. A few more words on the African point of view. I am struck by the visitors which I have in the museum. They say, what we try to do about colonial history, what we do about restitution, they tell me very often, it's very good, you should do that. But maybe you should avoid to do only that. Because if you concentrate on a world museum as a memorial for the past, and that is very clearly the demand of the activists from the diaspora in Europe, then you will again stereotype Africa. You should reflect not just the traditional culture of Africa. There you see the mosque in Djenné, wonderful place, but you should also reflect our modernity, the fact that today Africa is emerging. And I believe that showing in our museums contemporary artists, showing the results of scientific research in Africa is a way of going beyond the past. This is very delicate. There is no consensus about that. and it is part of the strategy of the museum today, but it is contested externally and even internally. So I'm not sure that I will end my mandate, because for me, if we do not reflect Africa today, or the world in a much broader sense, talking also about problems like, for example, climate change and its effect today, we will not fulfill our mission. If we reduce our role to the one of a memorial, I believe we will lose our publics and will not do the job properly, at least not. And there, of course, I come from about 10 years having lived in Africa, and I have quite some friends, relations in Africa. I believe we will not respond to their demands. But again, there's no consensus about that. As a conclusion, a few words of values, because in the end, as scientists, as museum people, we need to know what are our values on this process. One of the first things which I decided when arriving in the museum, after a few weeks, I had the feeling that I was being asked to take many principled decisions. Would I allow, for example, Dr. Mukwege, who is well known, he's a doctor playing an important role in the east of Congo, but he was then actually campaigning to become president. Would I allow him to come to the museum and to organize a meeting? We had a small exhibition where a photographer and an activist from Burundi was showing colonial pictures, but some of them showed women and girls completely naked. Those women had been pictured without their consent, and they would probably not want to be shown in an exhibition. I then decided to not open the exhibition room, and to only open it in the company of the artist, who could then explain why he was showing this and what was the background. I was very much criticized for that. And already before that decision, I had told some of my colleagues, I'm not God. Sometimes as a museum director, even recently, I had someone from the diaspora saying, we waited for you like the Messiah. I said, oh, come on, stop it. That's why we adopted, as a museum, we adopted an ethical code. The ethical code is not ideal, it doesn't answer all the questions, but it has helped me already. In that ethical code, we write that as a museum, we shall not host political meetings. As a museum, we will sometimes need to reproduce racist language, but we will always contextualize that. We will not hide it, but we will not show it without context. So there are a number of things which we do not do and which we impose ourselves. It's an ethical code. And I know that, for example, ICOM is working on an ethical code, but frankly, for a world museum with a colonial past as we have, it is important to have an ethical code and to work on it. There is not one partner of the museum who does not subscribe to that ethical code. If you don't do that, we don't work with you. It's important. Notwithstanding the ethical code, we are being very much criticized. This is a scheme, and it's a scheme about polarization. It's actually a Dutch researcher, and he talks about pushers. And who are the pushers? Those are the extremes. Those are the activists. Activists which are on both sides. You have, to simplify, you have the woke activists, you have anti-woke activists. What is their aim? Their aim is to have as much as possible joining them. That's the blue square, the blue spheres. They want to increase their camp. And who is their adversary? their adversary is actually not the pusher on the other side. Their adversary is those who, in between, those who build bridges. They don't like them because they want to increase their role. And what you will see is that the pushers, what do they need? They need controversy. What do the media need? The media don't want consensus. Whenever you have a debate, you need someone saying A and another one saying B. So they need controversy because the silent majority is boring in terms of media. And what we see today is that social media are expanding this very much. So we are sometimes, and that's where the museums come in. Museums, by definition, we are a public service. We cannot be pushers. We can be engaged, but we should build bridges. And that's where we come in. So our conversation is not very convenient for the extremes. Our belief as a museum is that we are a forum. The extremes are welcome. They can come. They have to subscribe to the ethical code, but they can express themselves. And my hope is that they meet each other and that they come to some understanding. Do we succeed in that? Frankly, I don't know. So, what are our values? In the end, we have to admit that museums were invented in the 18th century. They are part of the ideas of enlightenment, but we also know that the 18th and the 19th century were the centuries of putting people into slavery on an almost industrial scale. Human rights were invented in the 20th century. And I, as an individual, I believe in human rights. And what are some of the principles of human rights? The first one, very important for museums, is participation. We cannot move alone. And I must admit that for me, being a man, being of a certain age, of a certain generation, coming out of a privileged background, being a diplomat, I have to take great care not to move forward. I must admit my personality is about, I want things done. I have learned to be more participatory, even more than I was before. Accountability. We cannot hide the past. We have to admit what is the nature of our collections. We have to admit that a large part of our collections were obtained with violence, with manipulation, by theft. Non-discrimination and equality. That's a difficult one. How do we succeed, for example, in bringing people of African descent into the museum staff? And once we have them in, to maintain them. We have great difficulties in doing that. Because typically museum staff recruit among people with a position of privilege in society. Empowerment, and that is empowerment, well, not of the museum director, he is maybe too empowered. It means empowerment of our stakeholders. I've tried to do that by organizing it myself, and I have failed miserably. Today, I am actually looking into a mediator. It is a grouping, those who will probably do the job is a grouping with people with a migration background, who are professionals, who have a public structure, and they told me right from the start, this is a process will take between 3 and 5 years to get it going. So we will need time, and we need this empowerment also with our counterparts in the South. I'm myself the co-chair with my Tanzanian colleague of a group of museum directors who are working on this empowerment. And we have obtained money. But what is the problem is that, well, through the will of some European nations, this is being taken up by Goethe Institute, by AfD, and they have a tendency of doing it in the way of development cooperation. We don't want development cooperation. We want a partnership with peer-to-peer cooperation. Will it work? I hope so. I will fight for that. But it is not evident. Rule of law. We need rules. And our rule book today is probably not adapted. For example, what are the rules about restitution? Will the decisions be taken on the basis of the provenance research? We see that provenance research, as our colleague just explained, does not give all the answers. What will we do with the grain zone? There are objects of which we know they are stolen. And there are objects of which we believe that they were obtained in a more or less legitimate way. But actually there's a huge gray zone. Will the obligation to prove, or will the decision be the gray zone, we will keep it? Or shall we say, well, we don't know. So the default position is this should go back to the country of and the community of origin. This is not established, and I don't think it's established in any European nation. What are the conditions for change? Willingness to listen, which is not a natural disposition of human beings. We're usually not good listeners. Mutual respect, which is not evident in our polarized society. And the willingness to change our mindset. I should actually have added the word mindset. It should not just be superficial change. It should be a change of mindset. And that is not evident. And there I speak as the director of what is probably, along with a few other museums, a very originally colonial institution. I recognize, listening to you, that for many of you this is not evident in whether it's Serbia, whether it's Poland, but in the end I believe that the colonial undertaking, and there was recently an exhibition in Geneva which showed the colonial past of Geneva, though of course Switzerland has never been formally a colonial actor, in terms of economy, in terms of obtaining collections, the logic was very much the same, with a very unequal relationship between Europeans and Africans. It's this lack of equality, the terms of trade, the terms of power, which was unequal, with which we all of us have to reckon. But I believe that the movement towards change is inevitable, because there is a change of geopolitics and there is a change within our societies. I think I have reached the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. I would have thousands of questions, but one in particular. You said that keeping the building was reckless, keeping the building function as the museum. So I would like if you can just elaborate a little bit on that. And maybe you would like to collect the other question and answer in succession.
Join you. So thank you for the presentation. It was very self-aware. I don't know the other words to use except that one. My question is, I'm just curious about, does your employee structure reflect the mission of the museum?
I'll take the two questions and then we'll take another one. I believe the decision was reckless because the museum in its language as a building is very colonial. And we decided to bring back the museum to the state of 1908 in terms of building. This is, of course, almost inevitable. It is part of the heritage traditions. But in this particular context, we were not obliged to do so. France decided to to take out from the Musée de l'Homme the collections and also from the Porte Dorée. And so they brought it in a new building. Is it successful? I'm not so sure, because the building of the, probably most of you know, the Quai Branly, they need to evolve as well, because the changes there date back to the 90s, I think. And today, they would do it differently, but changing it is going to be, again, very difficult. And so I personally would have preferred maybe to also reinvent the museum. There is the Museum for Art and History in Brussels, and there they have collections of the Americas, of Asia, of Oceania. If we would have brought together all those collections, we could have made some links between the different colonial approaches. We could have been more scientific in a way, in having a more transversal view on the other worlds, which are relatively unknown even today to many of us. And so today, the focus of the museum is very much on Congo. What is our legitimacy today to claim that we have specific knowledge on Congo? I frankly doubt that. Having lived as a Belgian in Congo and having seen some of my fellow countrymen claiming we know all about Congo, it's terrible. It's outrageous. It's not acceptable. And that exists. This mindset exists in diplomacy. I don't say it doesn't count for all my colleagues, I don't generalize, but the tendency exists. And so I believe we should have reinvented more and questioned what is legitimacy today of a museum about one country, because the permanent exhibition is really concentrated on Congo. I'm not sure whether we will still have one in 20 years or 30 years. I'm not sure about that. Do we at all need to have a museum about the other world? I personally believe yes, for reason of education, etc. I believe it is necessary. But to have it concentrated on a certain area, Great Lakes, or even Africa south of the Sahara, maybe. And your question about the structure of the museum is painful, because the museum is part of the 10 federal scientific institutions. And you may know that Belgium is a state where the federal state has less and less competences, and that more competences are moving to the regions, communities. And it means that the structure of the museum is completely outdated, where, for example, the whole idea of participatory functioning, I would want to have a board of people representing our stakeholders. I don't have that. I'm trying to adapt within the existing structures with, for example, in the Scientific Council, 3 of the 8 members of scientists who come from external are people who have a background in diaspora background, and who bring certain competences which are broader than just specialized scientists. So I try to adapt as much as I can, but I must admit, when I saw we have a new government since, well, almost 1 year, when I saw the minister, I said, Madame la Ministre, I absolutely need a change in structures. We need to reflect the participatory approach in our structures. It means that on a working level, I believe we're doing well. That I can create myself. About an exhibition, about redoing a room, I can go for a participatory approach. That's just something which I can decide at my level. When it's about the structure of the organization, there you need political support. And thus far, I haven't been successful. Which you can blame me, I'm blamed for that as well. It also means there's a third element, we are a public institution, and the policies and the rules on bringing in people are the same rules as for the Ministry of Finance. I want to recruit on a more basis of diversity, and I believe for some job I should impose quota. I can't legally do that, so I use all kinds of tricks, you know, writing when there is a job description, I make it as diverse as possible in terms of, you know, outreach. Do you have experience in working with people from diaspora? And I don't make it too specialized, but that doesn't always do the trick. So I would want to have a different structure. I think some of the museums today have that, but particularly for us, it's an uphill battle.
Thank you. I have a question regarding to how extent the Belgium society divided regarding to giving compensation to the Congolese society, and this is the one part of the question. And the second part of the question, to how extent the Belgium society, looking at all this, the era of the Liblot II, is as a hero or as a despot or something like this. Thank you.
Belgian society has changed. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, there was a survey, and it showed that a majority of Belgians still thought that, well, actually colonization was good. We made beautiful roads, we built bridges, and we developed the country, so we did a good job. That was a majority. Already then, colonization was contested. Today, the survey shows that the majority of Belgians are aware that colonization was not a good thing. So, you know, it was quite a basic question being asked. And so the minds of people are evolving. If you talk about compensation, that's a different thing from restitution. I believe restitution is something which, on which a majority are open to that. And that's also why the law was voted. There's not necessarily a consensus in society about that, but I think there's a majority who are open to that. And when we did our exhibition on provenance research and on restitution, one of my what I see as our great successes is the fact that 4 in 5 people who responded to the survey said, actually, I changed my mind. 4 in 5 said, after having visited the exhibition, I have changed my mind, which in practice means that they are now open to restitution. So I believe that is possible. Compensation is different. What's your model? There is a model of compensation which is feasible. The British, for example, have done that for what happened in the 50s, because there were still people alive who had been a victim of the Mau Mau repression. If you would do that for the period of the independent state of Congo, those people are no longer alive. You could say that the effects are still there for the whole of Congolese society, but how do you do that? I don't know any model for compensation. There have been, I think in the past, yes, after the First World War, there was a compensation being paid by the Germans for the violence, but that was, of course, immediately after the conflict. For compensation today, there was a discussion in Parliament after a parliamentary commission. I'm not aware of any political party which seriously was in favor of going towards compensation. How do you go about that? It's, there I speak as a former diplomat. Show me a model. It's not so simple. Who should be compensated? Should we compensate the Congolese state? What if? There is no consensus for that. Not in the present state. But I will answer to you privately before I can explain that. But it should be clear why it is not feasible today.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one more question, or if not, We can have a slightly longer break now, and of course everybody is invited to join us on the first floor for about an hour, a bit less. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emilia. Okay, so as you can understand, I'm the person who is like moving between different fields, you know. Of course, I have some ties with the academia. I'm teaching students a bit, but also I'm a writer, I'm a curator, and I'm trying to use these different points of view and different works of different methods of work, you know, to approach, for example, Polish troubles with colonialism and anti-colonialism. It will be the theme of my talk. Actually, in the program, a title is Polish Adventures with Colonialism and Anti-Colonialism, but I changed it because I think this is like these adventures were troubles as well. So my approach is critical, and as Emilia said, you know, I mean, I'm working as a writer since 20 years or even more, and here on the left side you can see my book, which was called Big Player: From Lithuania to the Rooftop of the World. And it was a reportage, non-fiction book about the Polish general in the Russian army in 19th century, Bronisław Gromczewski. And I'm mentioning this, I mean, besides a lot of other books, because Bronisław Gromczewski was very interesting example of the Polish guy who is doing a colonization of Central Asia for the Russian Empire at the time when Poland is not on the map, is not independent country, is being colonized by the Russian Empire. So, I mean, it's, I think, important example how these relations, they can be very complicated and very tricky. And the book over there called Congo w Polsce, which means Congo in Poland, is my latest book. It was published 2 years ago, and it's Wandering with Joseph Conrad. But you can think why it's called Congo in Poland. My idea was, you know, to approach again Heart of Darkness. Of course, we'll have a lot of talks about Heart of Darkness here. But to look that maybe this story is not only about, you know, the Europeans in Congo, but it's somehow universal story. And I'm showing in this book a lot of examples how we, Poles, did Congo in Poland to some minorities, for example. So I'm researching, you know, of course, the Jewish histories, but also Ukrainian histories and very complicated relations between Poles and Ukrainians on the territory at this time of Poland. And it's also, of course, a story about Joseph Conrad. And to understand why Gromczewski was conquering, you know, Central Asia, and why Joseph Conrad went to Congo and who he was, you have to understand some elements of the Polish history, you know, especially the history of the crown of the Kingdom of Poland and Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the 16th, 17th century. And as you can see on the map, it was very big. So these areas are now the part of Ukraine, the part of Lithuania, and so on. So Gromczewski and Joseph Conrad, they were like their family roots, their history is coming from this time, you know. But also to understand Polish problems with colonialism and anti-colonialism, you have to understand that after this huge Polish-Lithuanian empire, for more than 100 years, Poland lost independence. So some parts of Poland were being taken by Russia, as you can see on this map, some parts were taken by the Prussia and some by Austria. So it's important to mention this because I think that the question is, how can somebody who was colonized can afterwards dream about colonies? And this is like what happened when Poland gained independence after the First War, 1918. And straight from the beginning in 20s and then very strongly in 30s, this new independent country of Poland was dreaming about colonies. And this is the magazine called Sea and Colonies. And it was published by the organization which was called Polish Sea and Colony League, you know. And it was not just a sort of, I don't know, right-wing, you know, fantasy, but this organization was one of the biggest non-governmental organizations in Poland at this time, you know. And they were publishing many magazines, they were organizing a lot of exhibitions, you know, and a lot of like street demonstrations, you know, saying Poland wants to have colonies. This is a poster from '38, which is saying that we demand colonies for Poland. And of course, because it was a newly independent country, you know, with a lot of aspirations. So on one hand, of course, the idea was that to have a really great country, to have a power, you need the colonies, because it was still a time when, I mean, you know, England, Belgium, etc., they had colonies. So Poland also wanted to be like them, you know. And for example, I mean, Janek Simon, who was mentioned here, but also some other researchers and artists, they were working a lot on this organization. So one perspective is that it was just an organization and we never had colonies, actually. But the other perspective is that we really wanted colonies, you know. So now we have to somehow work in between these two positions, yeah. So this is like from the First War until the Second World War, of course, until '39. Because what happened in '39, of course, Poland was again colonized by the Nazis, yeah, because it was also a form of colonization, you know. Taking up and stealing resources, you know, putting people into, concentration camps to work for the German companies, etc., etc. Which is, again, quite important, because when we think about what is going on in Palestine now, it's also important how we treat Holocaust in Europe, you know. And in my book about Joseph Conrad, I'm writing a lot about Holocaust, but in the context of colonialism. From my perspective, Holocaust was another way, another wave, another form of colonialism. And then the war is finished. Okay, but let's, before the war, this is a book called Moje Zinzadi by Tadeusz Dębicki. It was published also in the 20s, before the Second World War. And it's a non-fiction book written by the very young officer on the ships, and Moje Zinzadi means at the gates of Congo. And this is like a remix of Joseph Conrad, Heart of Darkness, but a different time. And what is interesting that this Tadeusz Dębicki, he was also in this Colonial League, but somehow while traveling he changed his mind and he started to be like anti-colonial and anti-racist and so on. And I'm mentioning this book also because it will be published in Serbian in a few months. So I think it will be very interesting because there will be a possibility for the Serbian audience to compare Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad and this Moje Zinzadi book. And I wrote some like commentary, so it will be published, so look for it. And then Second World War, then the war is over. And what is happening? You know, because the borders of Poland are moving because of the Stalin's decisions and so on and so on. But because of these old histories of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, on the southern, eastern part of Poland, that there is plenty of the people who are, you can say, Ukrainians. I mean, some of them, they are not calling themselves Ukrainians, but soon they will start. So in 47, that's, I'm also writing about it in my book, you can say communist government of Poland, but you can also say Poles are organizing Operation Vistula, forced resettlement of, you know, like, as you can see, hundreds of Ukrainians, Boykos, Lemkos, etc. And it was also, from my perspective, a form of colonization, because they were speaking different language, they were not Catholics, they had different customs, etc., etc. Of course, the communist government was saying that they are fighting against the communist government and so on, so it was like an excuse. But when you look into official documents, there was a lot of, you know, like a colonial discourse about it, and also like a racist one. So it's 47. And then, just 8 years later, suddenly, you know, also because of the death of Stalin, there is this total shift of the communist policy towards Africa, Asia, and so on and so on. If you will be in Warsaw just now, there is huge exhibition about this festival of youth and students. So, and suddenly in 55, to the, again, new Poland, socialist Poland, which was like completely destroyed during the Second World War, there is a very rapid modernization, etc. There are hundreds of young students coming from Africa, coming from Middle East countries, etc., etc. So in 47, the government is killing Ukrainians, and then in 55, suddenly the discourse is very different, like the opening towards all the different nations, cultures, religions, etc., etc. And it was probably a crucial moment because, like, a lot of people in Poland for the first time encountered, you know, Palestinians, Africans, etc., etc. But still in 55, Poland doesn't have too many connections with Africa and Asia and so on. This book is called The Map of Africa is Telling a Story, and of course it's a very anti-colonial socialist discourse. It's published also in 55, but it's probably first book after a war, Polish book on Africa, but it's a translation from Russian, because we still don't have anybody in Africa, you know, to tell a story. But then 58 and 59, suddenly, as you can see on our exhibition, Polish ships are arriving to Ghana and to Nigeria. Polish ships, they go to China as well and to Vietnam and so on and so on. It's really like a sort of socialist globalization. But what does it mean, socialist globalization? I think it was a process. It was a process of creating a new language and new methods of how Poland can deal with different cultures, religions, races, etc., etc. So this title is Juju Man, or A Sorcerer on the Scooter. So, and in many articles at this time, 59, 60, there is a scooter as a symbol of modernization. Scooters in India, scooters in Africa, and so on and so on. But on the other hand, it's always like mixed or juxtaposed with this like very exotic elements. Juju man, you know, a sorcerer, all of this, you know, tam-tams, baobabs, juju mans, and then scooters, factories, new schools, etc., etc. And I think we can call this, I mean, you can discuss if this language is still a language of colonialism because of judgment, or is it like a new language because of the scooters, you know? So the government, the organizations in Poland are like struggling to find this language for new relations. 61, there was this huge exhibition called Africa Unknown but Close, with all this like stuff that we can see here, you know. And for example, in Accra, we're showing these pictures and we had a discussion, you know, is it like still colonial approach, you know, like, you know, juxtaposing this Polish girl with the statue, but maybe it's, you know, again, like trying to find, you know, like a new relation, you know, that, okay, maybe these figures from Africa, they are exotic, but we can like here, we can look into their eyes, yeah? So unknown, but getting closer. And this exhibition, it was like really popular, you know, it was like thousands of people came to see it. Also because, of course, after the war and after Stalinism, people were, you know, eager, you know, to see new things, you know, like interesting things, like to see what's going on in the world, you know, etc., etc. But this is again like an example, you know, how to find a language. And this one is called Greetings to the Children of Africa. It's one of the Polish schools, you know, and there is like an official academy, we call it, a gathering, you know, and the children in nice white shirts are singing some songs, you know, for Africa, etc., etc. Is it a propaganda only? But maybe there is something else in this propaganda, you know, that we are really getting closer. I mean, and that's what we are, I mean, me and Janek, also me writing articles, how much propaganda, how much real connections, yeah? Oops. So, and then I think that 61 was a very crucial moment because it was a time when, as you know, Patrice Lumumba was assassinated in Congo. And what I wanted to show you, and it's missing, there was a Polish writer, a Holocaust survivor, Marian Turski, very important person, a leftist intellectual, and he wrote a book about Patrice Lumumba. Because from his perspective, you know, if you're a Holocaust survivor, then you have to talk about Lumumba, you know, loudly, yeah? Because from Marian Turski's point of view, you know, like what is happening in Africa, in Congo in 61 is something that is similar to Holocaust. So his voice was very important, you know? And in 61 also Polish-African Friendship Society was organized. And it was publishing at the beginning the magazine called Africa. And then in 64, this magazine called Continents was started. And again, for example, on the covers, you had like very exotic pictures of, you know, people from Indonesia, some tribes from South Africa, etc., etc. But inside also you had the articles like this one called 7 Years of Ghana. And I think, you know, these two photos are again like a very good example that you have a, you know, a guy in traditional kente, but also you have a worker. And this article was even saying that new workers class is being born in Ghana, you know. So again, exotic elements and socialist modernization elements. Also this magazine was publishing this text like this one here called In Common Struggle, and there were many articles like this. Also it was like publishing articles about Frantz Fanon, and you know, Frantz Fanon books were being translated to Polish. Kwame Nkrumah books were translated to Polish. There were publications of, you know, like new African poetry, and so on and so on. Like really, end of 50s and in the 60s, also in the 70s, many different anti-colonial important books were being published in Polish. So again, this knowledge was really growing. But on the other hand, that's what we are also showing at the exhibition. These are copies from some secret documents of the Polish Foreign Affairs Ministry, you know, talking about Ghana and West Africa, and also about non-alignment movement. So this discourse, this narration of socialist globalization was also being controlled by the government, you know, and the government was, for example, here is saying that Ghana is best partner because of the Nkrumah socialist ideas, and so on and so on. And so there was always this economic element in this as well. For example, cacao coming from Ghana to Poland, you know, a very important thing. So, so we have organizations, we have the control of the government, and we have a process of teaching Poles about Africa and so on in a socialist way. But on the other hand, there are another organizations and another magazines who are not for the Polish audience, but for the audience abroad, you know, and it was like very different message. This magazine, we are also showing it on the exhibition. It was called the Polish Review. It was published in English and French as well. And this magazine was like, for example, it's really not possible to get any copy of it in Poland, because all of them, they were being sent to Polish embassies abroad, and they were being distributed for audience in Ghana, in Nigeria, in India, in Senegal, French version. And of course, this magazine is showing Poland as a very modern, very, you know, developing country. This sort of iconography, atoms in our service, you know, Poland is an example of the modern country. Also French version of it. And what is also important in the context of Alina Ślesińska presence in Ghana, that the government was showing also Poland as a country where girls, they can get education, they can be professors, they can make a career. You know, it was also part of this narration. But also some of the covers, they are like very, it's really like a propaganda of the socialist Poland. And again, Polish Review was trying to prove that, for example, you have African quiz, so that the people in Poland, they are learning Africa, you know. And what is important, these are some quotations. Polish Review was always saying that never in the course of her history has Poland possessed any overseas territories. Yeah, and it's true. It's true. Even if we had this colonial league. Yeah, so it was again, and as you can see here today, both you and we have become free. So Poland is a free country, socialist country after the Second World War, and you in Ghana, you in India, you in Senegal, Guinea, etc., you are free too. So we have this connection. This is this idea of this narration. And we can learn much from one another. Another important element of this story is the presence of the students from new independent countries of Africa and Asia in Poland. And there was this club, as here, called Free Continents Club. It was in Warsaw, where all the students from foreign countries were coming. It was a very interesting place. Actually, I just wrote a fiction novel about it, because it was an amazing place. But Also in Polish Review magazine, all sort of different materials, you know, African Students Congress in Warsaw, meeting with African youth. What is also important that the best photographers of Poland were working for this magazine. So really in terms of visual elements, photos, it was like, it was made in a very professional and very attractive way, as you can also see in these covers. You know that a lot of them, they were being like designed by the very good Polish artists, you know. So it was always, I mean, when you see this, when you go through this magazine, it was like really beautifully made, you know. So there was a lot of effort, you know, to build these relations. And of course, Poland here is the country with the wide open door to all the nations, all the races. There was not too much about religion, you know. It was, I mean, the propaganda was trying to avoid this subject, but we know from the sources that, for example, especially later in 70s, when there were plenty of new Islamic, for example, organizations, it was like a big trouble for the socialist government because they were like trying to completely avoid this subject, you know. They were talking about race, they were talking about being anti-racist, but then when in 70s, when there was this Islamic, you know, comeback of like conservative Islamic ideas, the government was really struggling with it. And it's from the book about foreign students in Poland. It was published in English, and again, all the copies, they were sent, you know, to Ghana, to India, and so on and so on. And it was like a commercial material, you know, like please come, you know, to study in Poland. And here you have a student from Mali, but of course there were also like really many photos of the students from Sudan as well. Studying in Poland. And one very particular academic place for the students from different continents was the Polish School of Planning. It was an economic school which was organized by some very interesting Polish economists who were born before the Second World War, and they were teaching how to plan your economy. Here you have also Ghanaian students as well. But what is important, it was not just a Marxist course. They became famous in the world because they were like really trying to combine together, to mix together elements of socialism and capitalism. And what was also very important, some of them they were also teaching in Legon University in Accra, for example. Some of them they were advisors to Nehru in India, you know, and it was called Polish Development School. And now that there is a lot of research about it, because they were always working like this, that they were coming to the place, they were researching a local, you know, traditions of economy and so on, and then they were proposing some ideas built on the research, you know. And for example, Małgorzata Mazurek, she wrote a very interesting book about it. But also, you know, there was even Ferdinand Brodel, you know, that he also understood that maybe because Poland was between East and West always, so the intellectuals, you know, the economists from Poland, they were able, you know, somehow to combine these two perspectives. And as you know from the exhibition, the Alina Ślesińska monument was unveiled during the Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Conference in Winneba in '65. And Here you can see, this is, I love this photo of Kwame Nkrumah visiting Tashkent. And of course he was invited by the Soviet government. Also at this time, you know, like Tashkent was in a way being colonized before by the Russians and then by the Soviets. Kwame Nkrumah in this local dress is, of course, interesting example of how this solidarity can look. And you have, of course, a Lenin in the back. But this organization, Afro-Asian organization in general, was a very important part of the political game, because non-aligned movement that started here in Belgrade, Poland, because it was under Soviet control, it was not non-aligned. So Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, they couldn't be in a non-aligned movement because they were under control of the Soviets. And really what happened in Belgrade was also trying, you know, to find a way between the Soviets and United States. But Afro-Asian organization, even if it's Afro-Asian, but it had Polish committee, Czechoslovakian committee, etc., etc. It was a very big organization through which the Soviets, but also Poles, were trying to get into political relations with new independent countries. So also, the monument of Alina Ślesińska was unveiled in Winneba during a conference to which the Polish committee came for the first time. So you see, there is a sword monument to Nkrumah, but the occasion is very specific, and Poland is again showing the presence in Ghana, but generally in Africa. And a sword monument that was like a starting point for mine and Janek Simon project is probably one of the biggest, however, destroyed in '66, symbols of all these cooperations, of all these different languages also. It was standing at the front of the Ideological Institute of Kwame Nkrumah, where there were professors from Poland teaching, there were professors from East Germany teaching, there were professors from Hungary teaching, there were the British communists teaching, you know, there, and the freedom fighters from all of Africa were coming there. So it was this place, again, of exchanging of ideas. Of course, when after '66 coup d'etat, CIA and MI6 and the West was calling this ideological institute, you know, like a nest of terrorism, communism, etc., which was not true. Because again, as the Polish School of Development, it was a place where different ideas were, you know, being taught. There were elements of Marxism, there were elements of capitalism, as it was with the Kwame Nkrumah, you know, politics. And again, you can see in the archival materials at the exhibition that the British were saying that Kwame Nkrumah is gone, he was a dictator, etc., etc., and they were criticizing very much this monument. But this monument, okay, it's a sword monument with the head of Nkrumah, but it's for his selfless and uncompromising ideological leadership in the struggle for Africa, emancipation and unity, sculptress Alina Ślesińska. But just the very, because I don't want to make it too long, so, you know, one example about Alina. Because we tend to generalize things. I'm talking about socialist globalization. Somebody else will talk about, you know, how to decolonize museums, coloniality, post-coloniality. But then sometimes you need to get into details and very micro histories, personal stories. These are some of the materials that me and Janek Simon It's in Pratt, the public records of Ghana. The monument looks big and amazing, but when you get into what was happening on the way during a year and a half of Alina Ślesińska's stay in Ghana, here on the left, there is like an official file that the contract should be terminated and Alina Ślesińska should be expelled from the country. You know, it happened somehow on the way. On the exhibition, we are showing a contract from January 64. This is May 64. And, you know, to build friendship, sometimes there are obstacles. There are some personal problems. We are not sure what exactly happened. But from these documents, also from some letters of Alina Ślesińska, suddenly in May 64, all the project was to be abandoned, you know. And there will be no sword monument, there will be no symbol of socialist globalization. But again, in December 64, this is like a calendar of Kwame Nkrumah, and there is a meeting with Alina Ślesińska. Something again changed, and a few months later, the monument was there. So this is the version of our installation in Tamale, in red clay, that also I wanted to show you that is bigger. I mean, and that the monument was very big. It was probably 30 meters, 25, 30 meters high. But what I wanted to say is, you know, for me it's a privilege to have a talk here in the museum, because I know a lot of catalogs and the exhibitions that Emilia Epstein and her team that they did before, which are always, they are not only about the colonization, they are also about these like different possibilities of connections that were being possible because of the special position of Yugoslavia. And I think they are doing here really amazing work, and I hope that Emilia will one day come to Warsaw and have a talk like how they are doing it here. And I think it will be a very interesting example for institutions in Poland. But that's why I wanted to show you these photos and to talk about these troubles with colonization and anti-colonialist movement. And maybe the socialist globalization is like a third way. So then we don't have to discuss so much what is colonial and what is post-colonial. We can maybe somehow escape this, this trap in a way. And maybe we can like look for other forms of relations, you know, between East Europe and Africa, East Europe and India, and so on and so on, which can be maybe in a way more interesting and giving us, as we said with Janek yesterday, some good examples that these relations can be based on a different, you know, ideas than colonialism and post-colonialism, etc., etc. So maybe this, what happened in the 60s, especially with Poland and Ghana, but also with Poland and India, and so on, maybe this can be a very interesting way to look into the archives, but also to look into the future. And also I think it can be very interesting if we make some, I don't know, project, exhibition and so on, how this narration was being built in Yugoslavia and how it was being built in Poland. Was there a difference between, you know, Czechoslovakian narration about the colonization and Polish one, you know, East Germany one, etc., etc.? Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. If you have any questions or comments, I would love to hear them. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the lecture. It's a really good microphone. I love the story that you described about the monument and everything, the relations between Poland and decolonized countries. But at the very beginning, I was very confused of what is your definition of colonialism and colonization. Because I wouldn't agree, for example, that, I don't know, Ottoman or Russian imperial invasions could be defined as from 19th century, could be defined as colonialization. And well, I even think that using that term for these phenomena can be even dangerous, because it could, I know, I can give an example of term of fascism that we today use for any type of authoritarian leaders. And then we a little bit lose the, the content of the scientific term of fascism. So could you just clarify this?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you are saying, because, for example, in Poland there is a very important book by our friend Janek Sowa, and he's calling Polish expansion, to Ukraine in 16th century, he's calling it colonization, because he's like giving examples of some narration, attitudes, etc., of the Polish nobility in the 16th century towards Ukrainians and, Anglo-Saxons, towards the Africans on plantations, in Caribbeans. And this book was like an exploding bomb, I mean, it's also a very generation problem. Like my old professors from the university, they are saying, no, Janek Sowa, this is stupid, it was not colonialism, etc. Then you have a young generation of the researchers who are saying, we have to admit, there were at least elements, of colonizers' attitude, And I understand what you are saying, that, of course, when we use the terms too broadly, I mean, you are like losing shapes of it, and then what does it mean? Like with fascism, I understand. But on the other hand, now you have plenty of books, for example, about the Russian Empire, because, I mean, to colonize somebody, you don't have to go on the ship, to Africa, I mean, you can do it just over there, behind the corner. So, when Russian Empire was expanding, when this guy from my book, Gromczewski, when he was, he's always in Poland called explorer. But I did this book about him because when you look into Kyrgyz sources, Uzbek sources, he's being called conqueror, because he's, like the part of the Russian Tsar army who is, establishing colonies, I mean, you have on Pamir, you have like Tsar army outposts, which are exactly as the Portuguese forts in Africa. I mean, like their economical, sociological, political power position is exactly the same, yeah. So, I mean, but I agree. I mean, we can discuss about it. We can, write books, and we can have, different opinions of it. I agree, but in a way, I think that this discussion is also important, because it lets us like to understand the history. Also, this what I'm calling socialist globalization. You can also call it socialist orientalization, or socialist exotization, what I mean? Like these photos that I was showing you, this juju man and the scooter, yeah? I mean, you can call it a colonial language, or you can call it that this is like, because of this juju man, this is like, exotization, but you can try to understand that the symbol of juju man is changing because it's like being used to show the modernization. And just now I'm publishing one text about it, and I can really see that, these positions of these elements, they are moving, but still, of course, you can say this is socialist orientalism, as with Edward Said. you can also discuss. Edward Said was, talking about North Africa and Middle East, yeah? But again, I think that when you are analyzing narrations about Africa, there is also Orientalization, I mean, the same sort of structure. Can we call it Orientalization if it's not Orient? Yeah, but I understand your concern.
Thanks. Very interesting examples. One question, two remarks. The African Student Conference you mentioned. The African Student Conference you mentioned at some point. Was it the All-African Student Conference of the students studying in Europe?
No, actually, I mean, I'm not now like 100% sure, but this magazine, Polish Review, was somehow very concentrated on Poland itself. So I think it was African Students in Poland Congress. Yeah.
Okay, so that was my question. Perhaps the students from the bloc or from Poland. Yeah.
Yeah, but also, I mean, as you are aware, like Lumumba University in Moscow was much bigger, and there was much more African students in Moscow. Actually, there was much more African students in Prague, and so on. And but also one of the Congress of the students studying in socialist bloc, it was also organized in Poland as well.
Yeah, I'm interested because I did work on the All-African Student Conference in Belgrade that was held in '62. That got 500 representatives from both blocs, actually, and from Africa. Really? So yeah. I'm trying to connect it. And I don't know, you've probably met or read Adam Kola's book on socialist post-colonialism in
Adam Kola.
Adam Kola, because I did some work with him. I don't know, what do you think about this term, socialist post-colonialism? I don't want to butcher it in Polish totally. And the third thing is, you mentioned these different kinds of strands of thought about Czechoslovakian, Polish, Yugoslav engagement with the decolonial world. I've done some work with the Socialism Goes Global project. And sure. Then there was a lot of discussions there about this kind of, flattening. Is it all, in the same Eastern Europe? It's not. Yeah. And I think the Polish case is very also specific as the Yugoslav is. So I'm just interested in a couple of thoughts if you have there.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, of course, the book Socialism Goes Global, amazing work, thank you. And I mean, it's again about what sort of a language we are using. Is it socialism goes global or is it socialist globalization? These are like slightly, I mean, very different meanings, yeah? Then again, you have Adam Kola book that he's calling it this language, this narration, socialist post-colonial. But I think, that this post-colonial is so much entangled in the Western experience of colonialism that I prefer socialist globalization, because, it's like, I mean, as we know, I mean, sometimes we are using this paradigm, we are using the other one 10 years later, but I really have a feeling that with socialist globalization, we can escape some of the problems that are, to be honest, they are not our problems, sorry, they are Belgian problems, Dutch problems, and so on, And we have like, let's admit, our position is different, so let's find a different language, different paradigm, different terms. Of course, we can discuss them, and we should. Also, there was already so much research in Hungary, I don't know, Zoltán Ginelli, for example, and there was so much research in Prague about all these African students in the School of Movie Making, and actually I have a feeling that Poland is very much behind, because like, I mean, we also have a lot of archives, but we don't have so many academic research. just one book to mention and one person to mention, which is, I think, very important, is Łukasz Stanek. He's, a professor at the Michigan University, and he did this amazing book called Architecture in Global Socialism. So he's also using this term. He was teaching for a year in Ghana, and he was doing a research there. So his book, thick like this, beautiful one, it's only in English. It was never published in Polish, of course. There is a huge chapter about Ghana. There is a huge chapter about Nigeria and Kuwait and so on. But he's teaching in United States. He's not teaching in Poland, That's a pity. But also, what Łukasz Stanek was even a few years back, he was saying that these connections, he was calling south of East-West. So East and West was a Cold War, and the divisions, etc. But then south of it, there was like a third space, a free space, like Ghana, like India, etc., where you can escape, these divisions, and you can get into political and business fights, of course, because like in Ghana, they were Yugoslavian companies competing with the British companies. They were Yugoslavian companies competing with Polish companies, Polish architects, Yugoslavian architects, and so on. And they were Ghana, but also India, also Iraq, after the revolution, after 70s and 80s. So these were the spaces of the possible new meetings, and I think that's why they are so important,
One more question.
It's more a comment. I want to come back on the earlier question about what do you define as colonization. I think we should add one element, that's the colonization of Africa. There was profound racism. There may have sometimes been xenophobia, but racism is something else and is something which today, so we should add that. So personally, I would avoid so I would at least put some kind of caveat, because of course, racism is something which is still very much present in our societies. And of course, some of the functioning of the colonization in Africa, and South Africa was of course extreme, but some other elements were extreme. So I would always be cautious somewhat to say Russian imperialism, yes, was very profound, and they conquered territory, but the citizens there were not necessarily second-class citizens on a racial basis. They were maybe second-class, but not on a racial basis. And I think it makes it very delicate me as a Belgian would avoid to say that Belgium has been colonized by the Netherlands, by France, by Germany, by Austria, by etc. We avoid that. So I would want to add that caution.
I understand that, but when I was writing my book about Bronisław Gromczewski, it was 10 years ago, so I went to Petersburg, I went to Moscow, and a racism that you can see on the streets in Moscow, from the Russians towards Kyrgyz people, because of their darker faces, different, and so on. It's like, when you see who is like cleaning the streets, Kyrgyz ladies, Uzbek ladies, never, maybe sometimes a Russian lady. If you go to the construction site, you have, people from Central Asia working there. And the boss is always a Russian, and he's like, so I understand, but if you go to, now I don't want to go to Russia, but when I was, evidently this racial and religion thing, it was there, But yeah, I understand. This is like, we can have a huge discussion. Also, like I'm showing you here nice photos, but there were also, there was at least 2 moments of the huge research in Poland about the Polish racism towards all of these students, you know. And these photos are like, you know, official photos. But then on the streets of Poland, oh, you know, there was a lot of racism, really. So there was this element. But sure, again, as with the first question, I agree, we have to be careful with all these terms.
Okay, I think that's that for now.
Yeah,
To
thank you so much.
Thank you, Emilia. It's always a pleasure to be here. I do consider the Museum of African Art, apart from the Filozofski Fakultet, my second house. So the lettering is slightly visible, but I'll use photos mostly, so it won't be a problem. It's also a pleasure to explore here. I talked about the Congo, I think a couple of times, even here, about the Yugoslav engagement with the Congo crisis. I think this would be a good opportunity actually to explore something that would be a trace of Yugoslav memory of the Congo and the 60s actually in Congo. Before that, I'll just make a short introduction about Yugoslavia and Africa. So Yugoslavia had a large engagement with Africa during socialist times. Of course, as a couple of you mentioned before, it was tied to the then in the 50s emerging politics of active peaceful coexistence and then non-alignment. The Yugoslav somehow unfavorable position between East and West was skillfully turned into a position of primacy in the sense of these connections with the global South, and as previously mentioned, still no Soviet reporters in Cairo, no Polish reporters, but the founder of this museum, Zdravko Pečar, was in Cairo one of the first socialist reporter there. So there is some kind of Yugoslav primacy here in the sense of course, I'm also aware of the coloniality of this term. We were there first, the first to plant the flag, so this could be also a good topic of discussion of the socialist scramble for Africa. But Yugoslavs had this kind of necessity to find new allies. This wasn't only in Africa, but Africa proved to be first geographically, because Yugoslavia considered itself a Mediterranean country. There is interesting connections there in the sense of Yugoslavs considering the Northern African countries neighboring countries, actually, and geostrategic thinking of the Yugoslav leadership in the early 50s led them to believe that these now emerging countries would be good allies. This later also spread to the sub-Saharan part of the continent. It was somehow epitomized in the character and diplomatic skill of the longtime Yugoslav president Tito and his personal connections with the leaders of Africa. But I do like to actually underline that this was just one strand of it. So Tito wasn't the whole of Yugoslavia, of course, and the Yugoslav-African connections were multi-layered and very complex, actually, from political to cultural, literal and economical, and also educational. We mentioned students and many more. In this sense, I like to also include this photo where we have a Cameroonian representative at the Yugoslav Congress of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia held in Ljubljana in 1958. Tito with Nasser here, and sailors looking at the map of Africa, traveling with Tito on his longest tour, 72 days around Africa, in preparation for, as the colleague mentioned, the founding stone in the non-alignment summit diplomacy, the first conference of the non-aligned that was held in Belgrade. I wrote about it in my PhD that became my first book. These connections were complex. They also relied upon actors. Some of those actors are the founders of this museum. So Zdravko Pečar and Veda Zagorac were one of the pioneers. Again, interesting terminology and carefully used in creating and maintaining actually these connections that would be decades long. In that sense, the Yugoslav state made sure that the new institutions and actually new cadres, such as Zdravko Pečar and many others, were trained to actually engage with this new political, economical, and cultural elites. And these connections are very, very, could be found in the early days of the Yugoslav break with the East, even in 1948, when the first African activists came to build the railroads in Yugoslav large public actions. And then, of course, came the guerrillas in 1951, and then the students in the early 50s. So these connections developed not in I would say, kind of different way than other socialist countries such as Romania, Czechoslovakia, and others, but they developed a bit earlier because of the Yugoslav status of pariah in the socialist club there. And oftentimes I remember this in the Institute for World History in Prague when I've presented before colleagues who were from Poland, Czech Republic, Russia, and other countries, Bulgaria, that made up the bloc. I would also underline this Yugoslav primacy in the sense of they were there first, and they were like, yeah, but the Soviets never really left, and it's an interesting discussion that I'll leave for some other time, but it's important to note that the Yugoslav actually connections with Africa were very important. They were used internally. I'll show some examples. And actually something I've done, I've started actually the research for my PhD some 10 years ago, and that I've done first were the travelogues of Yugoslav socialist writers, something that I would divide into two categories of anti-colonial travelogues and actually non-aligned travelogues that actually showed how Yugoslavia made these connections. The first part of these travelogues was made up of people who were actually privileged, like diplomats and journalists who had special permissions to travel to Africa. And later on, we see a kind of a heterogeneity there with many people who've lived in Africa, such as engineers and other people who felt the need to also write and to kind of deconstruct, if it's at all possible, as with the institution of the museum, the institution of the travelogue. So I'll come back to that. So Yugoslav anti-colonial travelogues, I stand by this, were a special brand even in the Eastern European constellation. These was part of the discussions we had in the Socialism Goes Global project, where in these attempts to find connections, Yugoslavia also had its own specificity. So one of the collections of the travelogues that I found there is this Afrička putovanja, African travels, but what's in this part of the text is without a colonial passport. So you have this statement right on the front of the travelogue, where you have Yugoslav journalists and diplomats writing about liberated and, as it was then used, not yet liberated countries of Africa, and you have this kind of attempt to have an anti-travelogue. I'll illustrate this with the founder of this museum, of course. So we have him here raising the Algerian flag. He is with the Algerian army here in Algeria, actually armed, as you can see. That's one part of it. So he is writing about his experience that is par excellence anti-colonial. He's actually an ex-partisan and anti-fascist fighter who is turned into an anti-colonial fighter. He is, of course, a secret liaison to the Yugoslav League of Communists of Yugoslavia and to the FLN. But what we don't have, but we have traces of, and it's very well illustrated in his comrades from the party newspaper Borba, the caricaturist Dragan Savić has shown him here. Here is Zdravko Pečar shown as a classic travel writer with the shrunken heads here in his box, with the naked Africa shown here, and with his writing here, Africa has awakened. So this is a conscious, actually, deconstruction of the stereotype, oh, we should go there and become these kinds of travel writers. What's interesting is there's, in the 50s, a kind of evolution because we have a new emerging culture of travelogues, and as if I remember correctly, Alex Drace Francis writes, which is interesting for this seminar here, that the culture of travelogue has spread actually in Eastern Europe from north to south. So the South Slavs actually adopted some Polish, Czech, and Hungarian examples, and not as it's usually presumed that it's a west-east transition. But now we have this kind of new travelogue in the 50s, because what was published beforehand, the Yugoslav state created these connections and then realized, okay, we don't have any books about Africa. What travelers traveled to Africa before from these lands? There were two notable ones. One was actually King Leopold's doctor, and he wrote in the early 20th century a bunch of letters, actually. It's called Srpska pisma iz Konga, the Serbian letters from the Congo. He visited the Congo. He's a colonial clerk, let's call him. There are traces, of course, of, let's say, some kind of Balkan subalternity there, but he's a colonial, actually, clerk who goes in a colonial mission to the Congo. And the second example is, and the most famous, actually, traveler and travel writer from this area, is Rasko Petrović, an interwar writer from, let's call him from a bourgeois point of view. He was and also a diplomatic clerk who took leave from his job in the embassy of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia in Rome, and then traveled first to Libya, and then had a great travel, the grand travel through parts of Western Africa. It's interesting that he has actually in his book a hypertext of Joseph Conrad. He discusses with it. He cannot, of course, be at all relinquished of some sort of a colonial and also partly racist relation with the population he finds there. But what's interesting is, as with Dinić, there is some proto process of being not fully European, because he is Balkan, because he is from Yugoslavia, because we mentioned the two empires here, he has this history or national memory that is, okay, we were enslaved, these people were enslaved, but he's also using all the colonial privileges there from, you know, the carriers, the black carriers who carry him through the hardest part of the journey, to the train which is painted by the two white heroes. The train he takes, as I remember, from Bamako. In the compartments, it's painted with Monte Cristo and Christopher Columbus. So he does take this part of white explorer, but he has internal conflict because he doesn't feel fully European because he is from the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. And then we have, these are basically almost all of the contacts that the South Slav lands have with the Congo, and the knowledge transfer is also very slow. So Yugoslavia starts to print out these old books without any critical introduction in the early 50s before something happens that I've mentioned here as an anti-colonial travelogue, and it's now noticed, okay, so we cannot go with this old bourgeois point of view and without any critique of it. We have to have new travelogues, and these new travelogues happen in a time of the Cold War, and Yugoslavia's actually large engagement with the African states in the Cold War, which only expands in the late 50s and reaches perhaps its apex, first apex in the early 60s with the Congo crisis and the 1961 Conference of the Non-Aligned. So we have here Africa in the Cold War, just the map of the recipients of the Western and Eastern aid, a pretty complex, of course, situation. We have the Congo as a part of constant struggle, internal struggle, but also as the largest country in Africa in this area and centrally positioned, a country that has also uranium that was used in the famous, of course, case that I needn't mention. Congo is actually a great strategic position for both superpowers, and it's also great strategic positions for emerging African powers such as Egypt, Ghana, and later Algeria. So Yugoslavs take early interest in the Congo. So in 1959 we already have reports. We are here just some 200 meters from the Archive of Yugoslavia, which houses important documents also on African history, where Yugoslavs discuss that the whole continent is on the verge of an uprising. There are various movements, anti-colonial, anti-imperial, unidentified movements who now contact also, apart from Moscow, apart from Warsaw, apart from other countries, capitals, diplomatic capitals, they contact Belgrade. They contact Belgrade via Cairo because Belgrade has excellent relations, not just personal Tito Nasser, but Egypt, Yugoslavia was one of the axes of the non-aligned. And then we have this road from, you know, sub-Saharan movements going through Cairo and into Belgrade and making its way through the, as Eric Barton calls them, hubs of decolonization, later Algeria. And we have highly positioned Yugoslavs in these embassies, such as Veljko Vlahović. In Algeria, it will be Nijaz Dizdarević later. They are used as a kind of a conduit that leads these African leaders and perspective leaders to Yugoslavia. And then we have the so-called Congo drama. So we have the year 1960, we have the year of Africa, and we have this kind of using of Congo again as a pawn in the world relations. We have the superpowers taking extreme interest in this. We have the Congo in all of media, and we have emerging figures from Lumumba to Chombe who try to vie for some sort of influence in the country. So in the 1960s, we have also the let's call it warlike division of the country. The three governments at least, and the internal friction that would get all the world media and all the world superpowers and security services into the mix, and it would be one of the most important crises, of course, on the continent, and also one of the most important crises in the Cold War. In the end game that we know, we have, of course, the martyr, we have the victor in the sense of a dictator and authoritarian leader, but what I want to present to you here specifically is the Yugoslav view of it. So Yugoslavia leading its politics further, non-aligned politics, gathers up in 1961. Just to finish my contextualization here, a huge amount of representatives of states, so these are in blue, representatives of liberation movements in red, and representatives of the Gizenga government from Congo for the first conference of the non-aligned. This is a testament to the Yugoslav engagement with Africa. Sorry, Yugoslavia recognized Algeria the year before, and as for the Congo, after some protracted diplomatic finicking about of what's going on there, Yugoslavia decides that the Gizenga faction is actually worth supporting, both from the propaganda and political point of view, and it considers the Gizenga and Adula faction to be actually worthy enough to get and to be presented and represented in the Belgrade conference as equals with the other members of the states and official delegations from countries such as Egypt and Egypt and other African countries. And now we have the Yugoslav travel writers going to Congo. Again, we are sort of in his house. We see here Zdravko Pečar, the founder of the museum, one of the founders, who is in these years in active travels throughout the continent. So he was in Algeria in 1958, but he has huge travels throughout the continent. Thanks so much. Throughout the continent, he has something of an anti-grand tour. He is looking not for dignitaries, he's looking for liberation movements. So sometimes he's on a mission, sometimes it's just Zdravko, who is at some point used to actually being with people deemed illegal in their own countries. There is an interesting example from his writings I always like to quote out. So he is an anti-travel writer in the sense of he's speaking about travel writers in the past trying to mark Africa as hic sunt leones. He does the same, but he marks the guerrillas, the liberation movements as hic sunt leones. He is trying to have this kind of reverse travel writing. There is another writer who is also, if Zdravko is at that point an informal diplomat, this man is a true diplomat, and he's an important diplomat at that point. Sorry. So, Zdenko Stambuk Zorin was a Yugoslav diplomat in Ethiopia, and he traveled from Ethiopia to the west of the continent to actually gather information on these various movements. He also traveled to the Congo, and he wrote 2 travelogues about this. They are suffer from, ex-romanticism. They are called Od Zanzibara do Mjesečevih planina, from Zanzibar to the Moon Mountains. So there is, of course, traces of colonial travel writing. But what's interesting is, for example, he, in this book, confronts colonial writing with anti-colonial writing in the sense of using actually anti-colonial texts in the book and critiquing colonial travel writers who wrote books inside Africa, John Gunter and others. He uses actually something that he considers native writers to confront the travel writing of the West, which is perceived as bourgeois and imperialistic and used as a tool to actually enslave Africa. In that sense, we can find continuity because Zdenko Stambuk, he doesn't have still this abdication of authority, as I believe Mary Louise Pratt called it. He has actually a diplomatic mission. He's gathering data on the Congo. He is, of course, amazed and confused by the largeness of the country, the different ethnic groups, the different political groups. But in the year 1956-7, when he visits it, he describes it as a sort of a largest colonial prison in the world and tries to get out as fast as he can. He travels by car, and he describes, basically, he divides Africa into two parts, using Congo as a negative example, the free Africa and the still enslaved Africa. So this time stamp is important because he, as other Yugoslav travel writers, actively work. He works from Addis Ababa, and he tries to help African liberation movements also from the Congo. Petrov does the same. He's pictured here with Lumumba in 1960. And what's interesting is Petrov notes these Yugoslav overtures in the Congo that we can, of course, pick and examine how important was Yugoslavia in the Congo. But we have the Yugoslav self-image that it was very important, because Petrov is finding Lumumba reading supposedly the translation of the Yugoslav constitution. So this is an interesting point when Petrov finds him. The second thing that Petrov finds in Congo is the rumors. As a historian, I very much like rumors. I think they are very sidelined. So I'll tell you one rumor that speaks volumes to the Yugoslav position in the Cold War, exactly in the Congo. So the rumor says, so the Americans bought Mobutu, okay? The Soviets bought Kasavubu, but the Yugoslavs bought Lumumba. So you see the importance here, and this is something that was really amazing to read, because you can you can see even Petrov's amazement when he finds this and says, okay, this is interesting. We are already known here, and it's the revolutionary word of mouth, because from Algeria to the Congo, the word spreads, and even the people spread. So Zdravko comes to the Congo after he spent months with the Algerian soldiers in Algeria in 1958. Later on, Stevan Labudović would also come to the Congo from Algeria. He spent 3 years in Algeria filming the struggle and fighting, aiding in the fight against colonialism. So we have a whole strand of new proto-anti-colonial writers. Of course, we can draw and should draw parallels. We have Kapuscinski. We have this great article, Red Star, Black Star, if I remember, about this new anti-colonial reportage. So in Yugoslavia too, the anti-colonial texts, of course, firstly appear in newspapers. They are later turned by these people. Zdravko at this point is officially a foreign correspondent. They later appear as books, as classic travelogues. But firstly, they appear as small pieces in the daily press, the main press, the Politika and Borba here. The party press was the Borba. And a prime example of that is Oskar Davičo, who later wrote another important travelogue, Crno na Belo, Black on White, who also tried to twist and turn the colonial travelogue on its head. But his excerpts from the travelogue of Oskar Davičo appear parallelly to the Tito's journey photos and reports on the front pages of the Borba. So we now have travelogue as important as the political reportage on Tito's journey, because Davicho went through these countries, through Guinea, through Ghana, before Tito got there. And we have travel writers actually working with the state hand in hand. Basically, they have the same politics. Now, the most important travelogue about the Congo in Yugoslavia, and from this year, is the Crne suze Konga, the Black Tears of the Congo, of Nikola Vitorović, another journalist of the party newspaper Borba, who got a special, of course, pass to go to Congo, who came to Congo at the height of the crisis, and who wrote a really great travelogue that reminds me of Kapuscinski's Another Day in Life. And he placed all the players in the drama, and he interviewed Lumumba, he met Mobutu, you can see him here. He painted and actually set, I would say, the pieces of the Yugoslav anti-colonial memory of the Congo in one book. So it was not just about what he wrote. The government, this is from the Biblioteca Marco Polo, from the library Marco Polo, as it was called, about travel writing. But what amazed me is this book was given out to elementary school students when they would finish elementary school. It was one of the books that was given out. And also they remembered, many of them, when Emilia and I interviewed them, I would say perhaps almost a decade ago, these people who became journalists, diplomats, they remembered that in 1961, in 1960, they heard about Congo, they got acquainted with the Congo through these texts, and then they later even made, school newspapers trying to imitate these reports from the Congo and these people who are in this drama. So it even got into popular culture, where the famous show Grlom u Jagode, you have the guy who was teased being called Chombe. So it got into the Belgrade slang of the time. This travelogue was the best travelogue that described the Congo and set, as I said, also the cult of the Lumumba martyrship, actually, in that sense, and the Mobutu being the main villain, and that thing that the Yugoslavs were actually struggling against in Africa and the world. What happened with Congo and Lumumba in the home front could be connected to these images that were set here. So these photos from the archive of Yugoslavia, you can see the so-called Lumumba riots. So these were the first riots in Yugoslavia after the war. They were a product of course, the happenings in the Congo, the government's wish to organize actually a mass rally to demonstrate its solidarity with the Congo, and also to the large, I would say, resolve of the protesters and their large indoctrination with the situation in the Congo to actually go and, in the end, escape from the organized rally that was, and this I've confirmed from documents, was organized by the Minister of the Interior, Aleksandar Ranković. Tito is in his journey to Africa at the time, and Ranković writes to Tito, it's okay, we did it. We have speakers from Africa too, African students. We have thousands of people, it will be good. But then some of those thousands of people get out of control and attack the Belgian embassy. They tried to attack the American embassy too, they didn't get to it. But we have here an amazing photo of the burned first floor of the Belgian embassy and Lumumba's photo on the Belgian embassy here. So this was not the planned part of the action, But it was also used by the Yugoslav propaganda because Aleksandar Ranković wrote to his African allies now as the president of the SSRNY, the Socialist Alliance of the Working People of Yugoslavia, so not as a Minister of Interior, this is an NGO of Yugoslavia. He writes, yeah, we showed solidarity, and the only two cities in the world where Yugoslavia was where the Belgian embassy was attacked were Cairo and Belgrade. So this attests to Yugoslavia, sorry? In Warsaw too, so 3 cities, yeah? Yeah, so we have 3, great. And then this attests actually to the power of the Congo image in the anti-colonial struggle. In that sense, you can see it here. This is the, at the time, main square in front of the parliament, Africa for Africans, and other slogans, long live of the revolution of the Congolese people. You have an adaptation of these home slogans that were used in that sense. And you have, of course, slogans that were directly planted by the state security services. But this was considered a very successful rally. The relations with Belgium were not so important at the time, or deemed less important than the preservation of this memory. But there is something there, of course, that I would like to offer as a counter-argument. So we have a whole generation or several generations that were taught, so Lumumba is a martyr, he's good, and we have Mobutu, he's terrible, he's an autocrat. And then we have Mobutu coming to Yugoslavia in 1970 as an unaligned leader. And Tito, as leader that he is, he knows he cannot accept Mobutu in Belgrade, the diplomatic capital, which was the regular way of doing things at the time. So he accepts him in Pula, and he puts him on a boat, and they go to Brioni. And he is partly hidden there, and if you look at the Borba newspaper of the day, he is somewhere in the bottom of the paper, and then you have in the front page, UN does this, UN does that. But who rebels against this desecration of the memory? The students. As today, the students rebel against it, and the Slovenian students demonstrate against this with words, so wait, what have we been doing for the past 10 years, and why have we been preserving the memory of Lumumba if this is the way of doing things? So the Yugoslav real politics has clashed with its own created memory in that sense. So these travelogues that have taught at least 10 generations have made an important imprint on this, so important that they demonstrated against the presidential visit of Mobutu Sese Seko at the time. But what remains as a larger strand of this memory, as it's seen in the Belgrade dormitory that was called Patrice Lumumba immediately in 1961. The city committee was very expeditious in this. He got a street too. Is the Lumumba as a martyr, and this dormitory was later used in a number of times as a place where Yugoslav and African students would not only live together, but have, as I've mentioned in 1962, the All-African Student Conference, the only all-African student conference of Europe that was successful. So London and Moscow failed, but Belgrade was successful by both Yugoslav and African standards. We have Lumumba and the Congo memory preserved here, and I think travelogues really helped that along. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I wanted to ask what was the street reaction. So now I know that it was Belgrade and Warsaw, a crowd storming the Belgian embassy, huge scandal, the diplomatic one, and so on. with the story of Lumumba, what I think is very interesting that just today there was a speech of Ghanaian president in UN nations, and he was talking about the position of Africa and also about Palestine. So exactly today, some of the African newspapers they have these titles or big informations that UN failed in '61 with Lumumba, and now UN is failing again with the Palestine. So, I mean, the history is again being brought up, and again, it's a part of what we are living now. So I think it's very interesting. My question is, because of this situation with the demonstrators and all these attacks, how do you think, what was like a real relationship between this like official politics, official propaganda, and like feelings of the young students, Yugoslavian students, like what was a street feeling comparing to all these official declarations? Thank you.
Thanks, and that's why I think it's important to have this Polish-Serbian bilateral, because as we see, Warsaw and Belgrade have much in common. The relations between this politics and organized, I think, propaganda and the emotions, let's call them, the psychological processes in the people. It's very interesting because I had opportunities to talk to some of the people who've actually engaged with the protest. So the protest was not only in Belgrade, it was in several Yugoslav cities, in Sarajevo, for example. And I remember, I'll use that as an example and a part of the answer. I remember dearly, actually, my first mentor, Professor Ljubinka Trgovčić-Mitrović, who was in Sarajevo at the time. And she actually was a high schooler. And she was a really known political figure here. She was one of the few who voted against Milosevic in the late 80s as a delegate. So she prominently remembered it like this: nobody made me go and demonstrate for Lumumba. It was not the government, it was not Ranković. All of my class went out to demonstrate because we connected it to the plight of our people in Sarajevo, in Belgrade, in Yugoslavia, in the Second World War, and we connected it in that sense. So she remembered in this emotional experience, it was so drastic, she lost her shoe, I remember. She said it was great, one of the best memories of my life, because we expressed our feelings, because these people, they fought for liberty, and this was a value that we were basically prescribed to, and the propaganda, in her opinion, didn't affect her so much. They connected it. What I think is that the propaganda knew where to, of course, aim. It was, liberty of the Congolese people, as you can see in these parolas, in the posters, liberty for Yugoslavs, liberty for Trieste, liberty from the Germans, from the Italians. Now we have liberty from the Congolese, of the Congolese, from the Belgians, from the Americans. So there's some patterns there, but it's really very interesting for me. Because later, Emilia remembers, the late Stevan Labudović told us about the further parts of the Congo crisis when he went there to actually film the Lumumbist fraction in action, but he also photographed the Lumumbist shooting people. This was not shown in of course, Yugoslavia. Lumumbist shot, as I remember, Chombe's people. And this was, I think, carefully catered to show like an underdog and someone who is a collaborationist. So it was very, we say it pitko. It was very easy to drink for the Yugoslav people who had 15 years before an experience with a foreign power and someone who collaborates with a foreign power. Thanks.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation because also I came to Poland in 1988 and also I participated in the demonstration for freeing Nelson Mandela at this time. Mm-hmm. I will be very interested to have this presentation if you will be available at one. But my question is, all the time we are talking about propaganda. Mm-hmm. Propaganda, it could be a positive, could be a negative. And the youth and the students and the young generation in Africa, now they would like to go back to have the inspiration of Lumumba and all these leaders, it's African leaders, because this is very important for the societies now. Mm-hmm. The question is, what about the younger generation here in Serbia? Mm-hmm. How it look back to this, all these things is a positive, is a negative, is the propaganda of the communists, or what is? This is the one thing. The other things in the education, how the education system is look on this. This is positive for the history of the Serbia or not. Mm-hmm. And now we having this kind of activities. The question, we missed this, or looking for equality, anti-discrimination, supporting the other nation like Palestinian and Gaza and so on, because this is a similar, like to be the same kind of activities. Thank you.
Thanks. I think it's a really good question of connecting actually different events and different strands of events into one thing. Again, this fight for liberty. I think that's how it's perceived now, in the sense of, I think now maybe it's lesser known than in Yugoslavia, where it was inscribed into the school curriculum, as I said. But now, because now I'm supporting the students in their recent protests, you can see it as with Che Guevara, the same with Lumumba. He's perceived as an icon of liberty. This dormitory still exists. This is an image that Emilia and I and Anna and a couple of other colleagues took in 2021. And I think there were also interesting images from the student protests now, where also African students joined in and students from other countries joined in here. What's different is, you mentioned propaganda in the positive, negative sense. In that sense, I think it was used, of course, that's why I've mentioned it and labeled it also as propaganda, because it was used for Yugoslav state purposes, in the sense of these images that were taken in 1961, not the most extreme ones, but those that were deemed appropriate, were then sent to Tito, who showed them on his tour, in the sense of, you know, as Ranković's letter, this is how much the people of Yugoslavia feel the solidarity with the Congo. They are ready to demonstrate, they are ready to attack the Belgian embassy. They are not just performing solidarity, they understand your plight. And this is what I think happens now with the students in Belgrade also organizing, the only ones organizing a protest for Palestine. Nobody can speak about Palestine but the students who are in the protests here. So this is an interesting case of, you know, you cannot contain solidarity. Thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you, Nemanja, for
thank
now.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, my interests are all over the place. I don't know how will you bear my presentation, which will be about literature and about Konrad, after the two fascinating lectures in this panel, but bear with me, please. So I will be criticizing Konrad a little bit. As you can maybe assume from the title of my presentation, in the Polish language we have this expression, throwing stones or throwing pebbles into someone's garden. So I will be throwing stones into Konrad's garden. But before I do it, I would like to explain why I've chosen this particular picture and those pictures for my, oh no, it doesn't work. Now it works. Let's give it time. Okay. This particular picture for my presentation, if you see, if you go to the online program, in the online program, the photo I've sent to the organizers, and thank you very much for inviting me so I can criticize Konrad on a seminar called Mining the Heart of Darkness. So in the online program, for the online program, I've chosen the picture of the ivory pendant of Queen Mother Itzia from Benin, which is exhibited in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. It's a ivory pendant from 17th century. It has, I like it very much. The artisanry of the pendant is magnificent. Maybe you can go to the program and see the picture there. And the pendant, on her neck, as a collar, she has those little Portuguese merchants like around her neck. So it shows how connected Benin was to the world. But for my presentation, I decided to go with those brass heads. Probably you know African art better than I do. So this is. Those heads were discovered actually in 1938 in the city of Ife in Yorubaland in present-day Nigeria. And I decided to go with them, not because I don't know my African art, and I will be speaking about Congo and showing you Yoruba art, but because I wanted to point out that this will not be about the Congo, but this presentation will be about Africa and about a certain image of Africa and African people in Konrad's novella, The Heart of Darkness. And also I decided to choose them to watch us during my presentation because I recently finally got to go to the National Museum of Ethnography in Warsaw. All my Polish colleagues know this museum. They have the famous and controversial whitewashing exhibition now. It's the temporary exhibition about decolonizing Polish exhibition, Polish museums, but they have the permanent exhibition is already there. And so from the whitewashing exhibition, from the decolonizing exhibition, I went directly to the permanent collections to see what's out there. And in the permanent collection, you can learn about the Yorubas. You can learn that they are farmers. Like, for example, you can go to a city of Lagos and see that they are farmers. So it's very stereotypical. You can also, learn that previously they treated twins with suspicion, so they threw the children to the forest. So it's very colonial, so it was interesting for me to see one decolonial and one quite colonial exhibition in the same museum. And third reason for this particular picture is that when the heads were discovered, actually, I don't know if you know this story, in 1938, there was this famous German ethnographer, Leo Frobenius. He was an Africanist, he published extensively, he was well known. And when they discovered those heads, and the heads are now dated from 12th to 15th century, so they are really ancient. And as you can see, they are, the artisanry is great, the craftsmanship is great, they are very mimetic, very beautiful. So he had this theory that black people couldn't master this kind of art. So this is the ancient land of Atlantis, a civilization made by white people, of course, that we are discovering now in, in Ife. So, so I decided to use this picture, this particular art pieces, to juxtapose a little bit to show you this ancient African art, very ancient, very beautiful African art, very mimetic, and on the other hand, to see what is Milo's experience, or what's Conrad saying about, Africa, African people, and so on. So. Heart of Darkness, as we've mentioned today many times, it was first published in 1899. It was in like 3 installments. It was published in a magazine, and later on it became a novel. As you well know, it's based on Conrad's own experience. He was a captain on a Belgian trading company steamer on the Congo River, so he wrote from experience. There is an ongoing and never-ending discussion about Milo being Conrad's alter ego. Is he Conrad? Is he not Conrad? I think I will speak about it a little during my lecture. We have critics of Conrad, and the one very interesting point of view is Chinua Achebe's point of view from his famous or infamous lecture, An Image of Africa, that was later published as an article. But we've got different, like, post-colonial approaches to Conrad. The most famous is probably what Edward Said has written about the Heart of Darkness in Culture and Imperialism. Why are we speaking about it today? Why it's still relevant today? So, as you can see from the title of the seminar, that we are still like using Conrad to speak about Africa today. In Poland, in Krakow, there is this famous literary festival, the Conrad's Festival. Every year they are inviting different guests, different writers to speak about literature. So the Conrad is there. Actually, a few years ago, that will be a short and I think quite funny anecdote. They invited Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie to be a guest speaker, a keynote speaker for the festival. And Chimamanda came. Her lecture was brilliant. She has some controversial opinions, like, for example, on transgender people as well. But she didn't, go into that. The presentation was brilliant, and then she took questions. And one of my colleagues, an older professor, I have an ongoing discussion with her about Conrad's racism. And she wanted to make a point to me that, Chimamanda is a writer, and she's an excellent writer, so she will understand the nuances, the nuances of Conrad's, of where he came from. She will understand his craftsmanship, that this prose is really captivating, and he is an excellent writer, and so on and so on. So she will, and my professor, she asked Chimamanda about Conrad's racism. She was like, the name of the festival, and you being here, and famous lecture of Chinua Achebe, like, what do you think? What's your opinion on that? And Chimamanda was like, oh, he was a racist. So that was it. She has spoken. So it didn't go as my professor planned. So we have Conrad. We have instances of reducing Africa to Conrad. There is the City Museum in Żory, for example. They have a small, in Poland, they have a small African collection. But when you enter the room with the African collection, you can see the steamer painted, and you can see the sign telling, oh, we will go into the heart of darkness, you know. So this association between darkness and Africa is still there. Konrad is canonized. I don't know about like other places, but in Poland we read Heart of Darkness at school. It's part of, you know, literary courses, syllabi. When they speak about world literature, Konrad is there. Of course, we are Polish. We are very proud of him. He succeeded in British literature. So that's like another factor for that. So it's sometimes treated like a central or even like foundational text about Africa, not only about the Congo, but it's associated with Africa. So when we think of, like when we speak about Heart of Darkness is there. So that this lens is there. Also, as you can see on the slide, the literary geography, the symbolic mapping. This is the shorthand representation of Central Africa. So the association of, you know, Konrad and darkness and Africa. We have the references going beyond the academia. In film, in journalism, yes, in political rhetoric, we have this language, adaptations, journals, allusions, you know, that reinforce this association still. Why is it problematic? Two more instances. Exhibition practices. I've mentioned the small museum in Poland, but publishing anthologies about Africa, referencing referencing Konrad all the time. So Heart of Darkness becomes the first text through which readers engage with Africa. We've got museums and galleries, seminars like this one, and of course, what I'm doing now, I'm associating Konrad with Africa as well. And when I teach students, we have this little course on African literature. But we only, you know, speak about certain novels, certain motifs, and so on. But we, you know, read Konrad at the beginning. So we, the academics, are binding Konrad to Africa as well. And when we want to speak about imperialism, about colonialism, Konrad is there, ready to be used. So this is how we often reduce Africa to Konrad. And why is it problematic? Because if we read Heart of Darkness, if we read it closely, if you read it again, you can see that Africa is depicted in a certain way. Like this is like not the earth, this is the other world. This is the antithesis of Europe. We've got civilization in Europe and something wild, something untamed is going on there in the heart of darkness. I've got this quote here that, you know, we are mocked by the triumphant bestiality. It's from the heart of darkness. So, and here comes Chinua Achebe. So it's 1971. Achebe is, I think you probably know of him. He is a brilliant Nigerian writer. His famous book, Things Fall Apart. In 1971, he is teaching African literature at the University of Amherst in Massachusetts. He is, you know, going about his day, going to some lectures, and he meets a colleague. And the colleague is like, oh, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm teaching African literature. And the colleague is, wow, African literature. Well, I have another colleague who is teaching African history. Like, how funny is it? Like, do you even have history? Do you like have is this stuff there, already there? So Achebe is irritated by that. If it's 1971, you can think it was, you know, a long time ago, but I think many of us, plenty of us, heard those remarks from our colleagues, older or not, at universities when they learn what is our academic interest. I did for once, so I don't know. And the second thing that triggers Achebe to deliver this lecture, and the lecture is brutal. He calls Konrad a bloody racist, so that's no joke. So the second trigger is a letter from a fan, from a young boy who read Things Fall Apart, and he writes to thank Achebe because of Achebe he learned about the customs and superstitions of Igbo people, and Achebe is like, what about your customs and superstitions, dear white American people? Like, what's going on here? So those are the two triggers that trigger him to deliver this lecture. He delivers it, then the lecture gets published in the 1980s. But if you buy the Norton companion to The Heart of Darkness, you will see which parts were polished in the published lecture. Like, for example, when he does a little comparison to, all the artists and scientists that helped the Nazis and Konrad, for example. It's not any in the written text. It's some other paragraph is there, but you can see in the footnote what was delivered in the actual lecture. So in my today's presentation, I would like to follow a little bit. I don't want to recapitulate what Achebe says, but I want to point out some specific, problematic, and there are plenty, and this will be only some examples from The Heart of Darkness, some problematic places in the novella. So, as I've said at the beginning, the main character, main person in the story is Milo. I don't want to go in, is it alter ego for Konrad or is it not? But we have to acknowledge that he, as an author, he's trying to distance himself from from Milo. We have two frames of narrative. We have Milo, telling his story, and the person who heard Milo's story telling the story of Milo. The distance is created on purpose. So we have, if you read carefully the beginning of the novella, we have a certain philosophy of history there. We have the river Thames, the Romans, the Roman Empire, people wandering on the outskirts, discovering, unknown lands, going into the wilderness, and so on and so on. And we've got them voyaging the river Thames. And this is the parallel with the Congo River from what is Milo talking about. So we've got those two rivers and this small notion at the beginning that the River Thames, which is now, in London, cradle of civilization, heart of Europe, and so on, was untamed and wild some time ago, just as the Congo River is now. So we will get to the good part now. I will not be, telling you what's going on in the story, but the important moment, I think the first moment in the novella, when Milo starting to reflect on the humanity of Africans is when he's on the steamer and he hears drums beating, the sound of drums echoing in the jungle. And it's so unexpected for him, and he starts thinking like something strange is going on the shore. But then he thinks of the drums and he thinks of, church bells. Like, for example, we have, the churches, this is our religion, the bells are ringing, and maybe maybe some profound meaning is there also to the when you know the native people when they hear the beat of the drum, and it's quite an unpleasant thought for him. So it's more than unpleasant. It fills him with terror that what he hears from the shore, this is some form of religion. That's, you know, that's interesting as well, because if you go to certain like African exhibitions, I don't know what's going on here because I didn't read it carefully enough, but if you do it, like for example in Poland, you will be met with a certain language of those exhibitions. Like, for example, we in Poland, the Catholic nation, we have religion. But if you, read about African people, African societies, they have beliefs. So it's something different. Religion is something different from beliefs. But Milo sees this parallel between the drums and the church bells. So he's starting to acknowledge that this inhuman mass of people on the shore, he will there will be glimpses of them. I will show you some quotes from the Heart of Darkness, that there is a certain equality between him and this. So that frightens him. That what frightens him is the possibility that they can be human, and he is quite vocal about it. So we have this quote here. The landscape is interesting as well, because this is something unearthly, something inhuman. It's going on those shores, something monstrous, something prehistoric, and his thoughts are exactly like you see on the slide. They were not inhuman. Well, that was the worst of it. This suspicion of their not being inhuman. They howled and leaped and spun and made correct faces, but what thrilled you was the thought of their humanity, like yours, the thought of your remote kinship with this wild and passionate uproar, ugly. So this is what scares Milo. And it's even worse when you read further. So we have this strangeness, this uncanniness. You remember the Freudian concept of unheimlich, uncanny, something that appears familiar, but it's not quite familiar, like a doppelganger, like a doll, like a robot that looks like human but isn't human. It's utterly foreign, but bears some resemblance to humankind. So it's hostile, it's terrifying. And when he depicts the people, the African people, they are like that. But the African landscape, it's also like that. The greenery is very dark. Everything is like featureless. It melts, people melt into the wilderness. He is speaking about this landscape like he is on another planet. This is only resembling Earth. This is not Earth. It's like the beginning of the world. The vegetation is all over the place. And this notion of prehistoric Earth is very visible, and he likes certain metaphors to appear in the text, many times. So many times he speaks about the prehistoric Earth, the unknown planet, and they are the first men. So this is quite interesting. Like in the book of Genesis, he is Adam, and he's naming all that he can see. But on the other hand, if they are first humans, the people on the steamer, the Europeans, Milo and his crew, what about the people who are, on the shore? What about them? So he calls them the prehistoric men, and he portrays them en masse. So they are not individuals. They are only eyes. You can see the eyes in the dark. They are emerging from the jungle, like they are born from the womb of this strange earth. They are like creatures, like animals. They are part of the landscape, and they have a profound connection to this unknown land. And when you read it, the state of nature comes to mind. When they are so primitive, so uncivilized, and you can see here in another quote the birds of yells, the wheel of black limbs, hands clapping. When he pictures them, it's body parts moving, feet stomping, bodies swaying, eyes rolling, and so on and so on. All of this in the motionless foliage, the incomprehensible frenzy, also the prehistoric man, and him and his crew, he's appalled but fascinated by this. He is like traveling in the night of first ages, and it goes on and on and on through the novella. Of course, he has, like, for example, here there is a scene that the steamer is being attacked and he wants to close the shutter. And he looks from the steamer to the shore and he sees one face among the leaves. And then you have naked breasts, arms, legs, glaring eyes, The bush was swarming with human limbs in movement. You can see it's excellent fiction, but I think that's the part of the problem, glistening in the bronze color, twigs shook, swayed, everything is there. So when he describes the African that Marlowe meets in his voyage, he emphasized their physicality. They are not individuals to him; they are bodies rather than people. He writes, as you've seen in the quotes, he writes separately about bones, hands, eyes, and so on. If he describes the faces, they are grotesque, they are animal-like. This is something strange, something distorted, something to be feared. Even if he writes positively, because here we had some examples like the instances of, people in the wilderness, looking at the steamer from the jungle. But he meets, he sees, for example, African people paddling in a boat. So he sometimes sees them or meets them from a smaller distance. So even when in those instances, like for example the people paddling, there will be a quote in a moment, their vitality is acknowledged, but they are still not entirely human, or rather inhuman, because they are this part of this natural force. They are aligning with the landscape and so on. And plenty of instances when he sees them suffering. And this is quite interesting for me and also for Achebe in his lectures, because Marlowe sees people dying on those shores. He sees enslaved people in collars, and he sees them dying from starvation, from malnutrition, from disease, and so on. So some of the quotes will be quite brutal in this presentation. So I'm sorry about it, but it's not me. It's Conrad. So here you have the people paddling on the boat. So they shouted, sang, their bodies steamed with perspiration, and so on and so on. So even though they are not the wild crowd in the jungle, they are still not entirely human for him. So Here we have a scene when he sees a group of enslaved people with iron collars on their neck, being led, chained to each other. And he makes a point to say that the short ends of their, of their cloths were wagging, at their behind. So it looked like they had tails. So this is how animalistic they are to him. And here we have when he sees the people dying. So on one hand, he points out that they are not enemies, they are not criminals, but they are not earthly. Black shadows of disease and starvation, moribund shapes, and as you can see on the quote here, the gleam of the eyes under the trees, still the eyes gleaming. This is a scene when he shares a piece of bread with one of the dying boys. So he shows he has compassion for them, kind of compassion, but it's not. He still doesn't see them as fully human. He sees them more. They are depicted more like they are like dying animals to him. So they are dying, but it's not a human death. So he's, as I told you, he shares his food with the dying boy, but his death, it's not depicted. It's not like a human was dying. So what dehumanizes them in the eyes of Marlowe? So first thing is the indignity of their dying. They are so in so bad shape, very, very, malnourished, in a very bad condition, and they are, poor, starved, and so on and so on. So this is what dehumanizes them. So they become this mass of, glimmering eyes. He calls them in another quote, bundles of acute angles, phantoms, crawling creatures, and so on and so on. But another factor that dehumanizes them is the very fact that they are black. So he cannot relate. He doesn't treat them as human. But he is sincerely shaken. But what he's seeing, the scene of them dying, is terrible. But when we look at the language with which he is portraying them, you can see that he's pitying them like he would be pitying animals, I suppose. And this is one of the most, horrific quotes in my presentation, and the last one, I think. When he sees them dying, he speaks of them, the bundles of acute angles. But in the second part of this quote, we have one person who is, dying and who wants to get some water. So Marlowe says, while I stood horror-struck, one of these creatures rose to his hands and knees and went off on all fours towards the river to drink. He leapt out of his hand, then sat up in the sunlight, crossing his shins in front of him, and after a time let his woolly head fall off his breastbone. So he's dying, but he's not human. It's not a human death. After all of those quotes, why are we keep reading Conrad, and why are we still referencing to him when we are speaking about Africa, if he is depicting black people, African people, in this way? So there are many reasons, I think. You can find your own reasons why do you still do it. What I've mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, that he is read because he is in the curriculum. He is, you read him, in Poland we read him in high school. If you study literature, you will have to read him at some point. But what's important him and what makes it even more difficult is that this book is a critique of imperialism. So for many, I think like Achebe is the first one who says it. He can critique imperialism and be racist at the same time. Those are not mutually exclusive. But in contemporary mind, when he's anti-imperialist, that's all right, very good. It's a very good example of anti-imperialism, and it was. But if you think about it twice, Africa is only it's a decoration, decoration for what? For the European to dissect the imperial morality, or to see how degraded European can be in certain environment, and so on and so on. So the novella emphasizes the brutality of forced labor, the suffering that colonialism produces. We have the images of starvation, of disease, and so on. You've seen it, in the on the screen in the quotes. We have Kurz, who is corrupted by all this, power that was his because of imperial politics. He came there to civilize, and then he became corrupted. So, some readers, many readers, they see Kurz as someone who is entirely corrupted by the colonial power. But on the other hand, we have also scholarship that suggests that he is corrupted because of the environment he is in. So he is corrupted because he is among the savage people, among the beasts. So he becomes a beast in a sense on his own, and also the climate there. The climate is also a factor in his, in his decay, in his madness. When we read Heart of Darkness, we can, see every white person that Marlowe is meeting on, along his journey of the Congo River, and every European is struggling there. He is diseased one way or another because of the very harsh climate, and this is idea that people can become degraded because of the geography, because of climate. It's not a not a new idea. Hippocrates has this idea in ancient times that climate influences health, influences temperament. But in 18th and 19th century, this theory of environmental determinism becomes very, very popular. So, for example, if you read Kant's lecture about geography, you can learn from he's very interested in this environmental determinism theory. So he, in his lecture, he's debating why African people, they look a certain way. Oh, because the climate is very harsh, the conditions are very harsh. But if we, if we put them, if they travel to Europe and they stay there, so probably one generation or two generations after that, they will slowly be resembling human again, like white Europeans, because the climate is better here. So this theory, like in I think the beginning of the 19th century as well, was quite popular. So maybe Kurz is not corrupted by the colonial power. Maybe he is corrupted by the environment. Maybe Milo, maybe Konrad sees it this way. And also this idea of how the heart of darkness is taught at university level, at least, when it's read with, in the academic context, the teacher will tell you that the heart of, if you read carefully the novella, the heart of darkness is not like in Europe, it's not in Africa anymore, but it's in Brussels, it's in Europe, it's where the imperial power, resides. So it shifts the notion of this heart of darkness. But on the other hand, when we speak about Africa, we use this phrase "heart of darkness." So it didn't shift it in minds of like ordinary people, I think. So I don't want. That's the first time I will be saying this. I don't want to say, is Milo in fact the alter ego? I think it's not important. Like if for me, like for example, Achebe says Konrad is racist. I don't want to go into that. He probably is, but we will never. Even if he was here, he could declare one way or the other. But he isn't. But I think the book speaks of itself, and the language of the novella is quite problematic, as you've seen on the slides. But Milo's sympathies and Konrad's sympathies allied. One of the previous lectures mentioned Hochschild's book, The King's Leopold Ghost, and there is quite a few passages about Konrad and about Konrad's political views and about Milo's ambivalent attitude towards imperialism. So Milo is ambivalent. And Konrad is ambivalent as well. The book is anti-imperialist, but it's about Belgian imperialism. What about the Britons? Like Konrad, he is from Poland. He's aspiring to be a Briton. He's, cherishing the ideas of British Empire. So for him, British colonialism is not controversial. Only like Belgian is. So that's quite problematic, because when we use this argument, oh, but this is like anti-imperialist, it is, but on the other hand, no, it's not. And so Hochschild gives some examples, like Milo describes the British colonies as always a delight in the eye, sparks from the sacred fire, and so on and so on. Kipling's poem "White Man's Burden." So this was a popular idea. We have to civilize them. This is our burden, and we will carry it. So and also from Konrad's biography, he invested in gold mines in Johannesburg, so he participated, in the colonial exploitation as well. So the quote from Mark Twain here: "The white man's notion that he is less savage than the other savages." He I think believes that. So. This is my last slide. So I wanted to end to emphasize at the end of my this little lecture the question that Chinua Achebe is giving us. The question: can a celebrated literary work that portrays human beings of another inferior race as less than human truly be considered a great work of literature? Is it ethical to call it a great work of literature if it dehumanizes an entire race? And also, two additional questions to you, maybe something to take home with you. Is it ethical to continue speaking about Africa through such imaginary? Because every time when we speak of Africa and we speak of the Heart of Darkness, Konrad's novella is there with all the problematic depictions you've seen, and also what it means when this vision still shapes the way the continent is imagined today. We could, speak about Africa using the Ife heads from, 12th century. What was going on in your countries in 12th century? Well, in Poland, but in Yoruba land, they had this. So maybe, I think maybe it's time to, change the imaginary, because it's, I think, quite problematic. But on the other hand, to, end with a positive accent, if I can, the famous Kenyan author Ngugi wa Thiong'o, he unfortunately passed away recently in May this year. He was quite old, but he was, every year he was considered for a Nobel Prize, but he won't get it now. So there is this interview with him. When I recommend watching his interviews on YouTube, because at some point he is treated as one of the fathers of African literature. So when the interview, when the people come to interview him, he is like this. It's of course like a colonial stereotype as well, even if the person who is interviewing him doesn't mean it. He's treated like this magical Negro that will give you advice and will share his wisdom and so on and so on. So once he is asked in one of the interviews, he is asked how he started as a novelist, what pushed him to write novels, and he invokes Konrad. He invokes the Heart of Darkness, because this was part of the or is maybe still part of the curriculum. He read it at school. He was fascinated. The book was captivating. He was the language, everything was there. But soon enough, he realizes that he is not with Marlowe on the steamer. He is on the shore in the bush with all the gleaming eyes and so on and so on. And this was his first conscious reason to start writing, because he wanted his perspective to be out there. So something good came of it at last. Thank you very much.
And then we spoke about this before when we only first time met only online or
yes,
by phone.
I had she called me and I was to recommend someone to speak about Konrad, and I recommended me with this.
And very good indeed. And this is what I disagreed a little bit. But today, after listening to this all, I also disagree, but from another point of view. At the very end, you said about Thiong'o, sorry. Okay.
The Polish is here.
Who chose to write from the position of this man being on shore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, he acknowledged this as a kind of inspiration, even if in protesting against it.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean. Things are dialoguing. One of your final questions, and maybe provoking, I guess, yes, was if we may still find great a work of literature which is portraying people as another race, as another kind.
Mm-hmm.
I always have, in this point, I have the comparison, the feminist comparison. Most of old literature written by men portrays women as another
and
kind.
Konrad is among them as well.
He's hopeless in writing women. Absolutely, he couldn't. He really portrays women as well as another race.
Mm-hmm.
But still, we read Conrad, we read Shakespeare, we read Homer, where the slaves and the female slaves are just like the things, just as objects which can be just operated like other goods, yes? So, yes, we can. Because fact that some things are shocking and unacceptable from our point of view does not exclude that we can always choose. Of course we can, we must not. But we can. This is matter of choice. This is with Conrad as with many other writers of the past. And I think also that we cannot expect, this is what came to my mind when I was listening today, yes? What came to my mind is that we should not expect of Conrad being compassive or kind. Because this is not this kind of writer and this is not this kind of man. I think that Conrad in general is very merciless writer, and there is a lot of irony, and this is bitter irony in Conrad writings, and rather a lot of the feeling of estrangement and loss of sense in general. He's very, very pessimist, very ironic as well. And yes, the way he's thinking, he's writing The Heart of Darkness is just very similar to his other books in writing about, let's say, human condition. So yeah, this is no spark in this darkness.
But when it's about human condition, it's the European human condition.
No,
mostly.
I wouldn't say so, because when maybe The Heart of Darkness is not the best example, because really his stay in Africa and Congo was very short. Of course, in fact, his contacts in Southeast Asia are also overestimated because these were short. But when he is writing about people whom he knew a bit better, whatever color or nationality, he's, in my opinion, he's always very merciless. What doesn't mean that, how to say it, jak to jest słowo, że jest ktoś takim, misanthrope, not misanthrope, a bit misanthrope, even.
Yeah.
So, a bit, okay. So yes, I am defending because this is one of my favorite writers. Apart of that, all that he is absolutely hopeless about women, that he doesn't understand women at all and so. Yeah. But simply, this is the writer whom we read for other reasons. Not for being maybe just or compassing or even anti-colonial. I think what is important, and this is, I thought, in fact, that this is obvious, that we cannot, of course, read Africa through The Heart of Darkness. Who does? But visibly, sometimes people still do.
Yes. Sometimes they still do, and this is the most problematic part.
This is problematic indeed. This seems impossible for me. How? Today, after more than 100 years after writing this?
They read the book at school, and this is the association they have.
Yes.
Some curators, like in Jory, for example, I think that's the reason for it, but they still do. Of course, I'm not banning any books today. Like we can still read
you sounded
Conrad.
cancel culture.
Yeah, we can still read him. But if I was asked about my own opinion, I would tell you, life's too short to read white men. There is whole, bunch of great non-white authors emerging all over the place, and if you choose wisely.
Okay, but however, still this is your choice.
Yes. Thank you.
This is what happens when you have a lover and a hater. So
yes.
I have to stop now. But we have one more question.
Thanks. I think you already responded to that question because you can say it just yes or no at the end. But first of all, thank you for this very energetic and very passionate approach to the.
Thank you.
I think we missed it all day long. Not really all day. You got me warmed up by.
Thank you.
But my question is whether you would, if it's not your cultural approach, like from culturology or how we call it now, so if it's not cultural perspective, but if it's just literature perspective, would you leave Conrad in curriculum to be studied in a high schools or no?
That's a tough question.
So you're Minister of Culture or Education, and you just have to say, well, this is decision we have to, have from next year. So it's okay on the university because the perspectives are different, so I leave it out. But then on the high school, when the kids are meeting something for the very first time, would you say yes or no, from the literature perspective?
I think I would leave it in the curriculum, but I would read it critically. So I would read it just as I did here today, to point out, some the controversies there, to show you that something can be masterful. His language is masterful. This is a work of art, but can be harmful or can be prejudicial. So this would be a great example, and I think high school students, around 17, 16, are ready for that, and they are eager for that. The problem is we don't teach Heart of Darkness this way in high school. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, one more.
Yes, I really want to say that a few years I would probably have been with those more conservative. Yes, it's a great work of art, but do not underestimate the strength of the vision, of the images which he brings. And it's there that, he was not himself able to know what was in the mind of those people. It was an inability, and he has that in common with many other books of the time. I remember reading a number of books because I was fascinated by Africa and by foreign cultures, and he has that in common. So I would find it useful to have it taught at school as an example of this inability to understand what is in the mind of people in other cultures. But if it is not taught like that, it is harmful. And I think there your analysis is excellent. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. In my course, I read them both. So if you can read them in relation. For example, with Heart of Darkness, you can also read Abdurrazak Gurnak's Paradise, because in Paradise we have this, trading caravan moving to the Congo from the other side of African continent, and we've got the traders who are, some of them are black, some of them are of, Arabic ancestry. And they are meeting the same people, Conrad maybe met on the other side, but they are depicted differently. They are trading with them. Sometimes the protagonist of the story, there is one instance that they are captured by a tribe there because some years before a similar caravan came and they took slaves. So they are wary of this. So we can, Heart of Darkness is in dialogue with many different books. And going back to Conrad, we've got other sinners. We've got Dickens, who has compassion, when he writes about children and so on. But he has not a grain of compassion to, people being colonized in the colonies. And we've got Abdurrazak Gurnak responding to Dickens with Dottie, his novel, which has like a Dickensian vibe. So there's plenty going on in literature, and this is partially maybe a reason that Conrad is still alive, not only because we are we associated him with depicting Africa so much that we cannot go outside of this misconstrued conception, but because we can disagree with him, we can talk to him, and so on and so on. So this is why I wouldn't ban him, but I would read him critically. Yeah. Oh, yes. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Emilia. Thank you, everyone. We are Doppelganger Artist Duo,
And today we would like to explore the role of art within social struggle, particularly its capacity to make the invisible visible. Historically, art has served as a powerful instrument for social activism, challenging dominant narratives and offering a voice to marginalized groups. This capacity to provoke critical thought but also inspire action raises an essential question for us as an artist, but also I think for the general public. Does art still hold this transformative potential in our contemporary moment? This is something that we've been working in our own practice, but also always when collaborating. So we would like to engage with this question, but in the context of our own work that is called the Record of the Termite Landscape. And we will examine several key examples and theoretical frameworks. These include Đorđe Andrejević Kun, blood-soaked gold, wood-cut engravings, series W.J.T. Mitchell Theory of Landscape as a medium of power, the socio-economic and ecological history of the mining town in Bor, in Serbia, and the role of archives and collective memory in shaping post-colonial but also post-socialist identities.
Okay, hello from my side as well. Just to be brief and to start from Đorđe Andrejević Kun, Blood Soaked Gold. It's a cycle of 28 woodcuts, offers a poignant example of art's capacity to bear witness of systematic exploitation. Created after Kun's month-long stay among miners of Bor under police supervision, the series depicts the harsh realities of mining life with unflinching realism. Rather than romanticizing labor, Kun's work reveals the devastating human and environmental costs of industrial modernization. The cycle was deemed so politically sensitive that the Belgrade city administration confiscated and banned it immediately after printing. This censorship exemplifies the tensions between artistic representation and political power. Kun woodcuts do not merely show, they confront the viewer with the invisible environmental degradation, social displacement, and labor exploitation that the official narrative sought to erase. This underscores the essential role of the artist as a witness to history and social injustice, engaging in what may be called a visual activism that challenges hegemonic silence.
So to deepen our understanding, we turn to W.J.T. Mitchell's influential text, Landscape and Power. Mitchell reframes landscape from a static noun to dynamic verb, a medium through which power is exercised, identities constructed, and ideologies disseminated. In this conceptualization, landscapes are not just passive backdrops, but active agents of shaping cultural and political realities. This framework illuminates how the industrial transformation of Bor landscape, funded by French capital, served not only economic ends, but also ideological ones. The rural agrarian landscape was eradicated, replaced by a sanitized industrial image that concealed the lived experience of environmental destruction and worker suffering. This curated landscape functions to naturalize capitalist development and to obscure the violence underpinning it.
The industrial landscape, unlike the liberal capitalist one, characterized by clean emptiness, retains traces of labor and violence. Bor's mining history is emblematic of global imperial capitalist entanglements, French ownership, the exploitation of social communities, part of a copper cartel alongside then Spanish company Rio Tinto, and Mining Union of Upper Katanga, company controlled by Belgian bank Société Générale de Belgique and supported by a Belgian state. The 1935 Lachian uprising, a seminal ecological protest in eastern Serbia, arose directly in response to environmental devastation wrought by foreign-owned mines. Known as Europe's first ecological revolt, this uprising foregrounded the intersections of ecological harm, social injustice, and resistance. The visibility of these struggles challenges sanitizes narratives of progress and demands recognition of the local community's agency in contesting imperial exploitation.
The 1987 Yugoslav film On the Road to Katanga narrates a miner's son returning from France, dreaming of work in Katanga's diamond mines. The film encapsulates the paradoxes of post-colonial mobility and labor within the global south, while also symbolizing Yugoslav's internationalist commitments. Yugoslavia, as an active member of the non-aligned movement, provided thousands of scholarships to students from Africa, Asia, and Latin America, fostering transnational solidarity and a knowledge exchange. This cultural diplomacy positioned Yugoslavia as a unique bridge between the global North and South during the Cold War. The film's narrative gestures toward the shared struggles and solidarities between workers and peoples across decolonizing nations, emphasizing interconnected histories of exploitations and resistance.
Between 1982 and 1986, Radio Television Belgrade educational series Anti-Colonial Struggles documented decolonization across the global south. These films, produced under the editorial leadership of Spomenka Nedić and written by Nikola Vitorović, provided critical historical education on anti-imperial struggles. However, following 1987, a political and cultural shift within Yugoslavia reorientated historical narratives toward national resistance and identity, reflecting broader regional political crises. Today, much archival material remains legally and practically inaccessible, locked behind copyright laws that hinder public engagement. This raises critical questions about the ownership of cultural memory and the possibilities of appropriation beyond proprietary frameworks.
The challenge of accessing archival images invites us to reconsider the nature of appropriation. Rather than seeking ownership or control, appropriation can be reframed as a process of learning, self-reflection, and identification. In this sense, cultural memory is transmitted symbolically rather than materially, enabling new generations to engage critically with past struggles and histories. Such a pedagogy fosters an active relationship within memory, one that inspects provenance but insists on the right to reinterpret and learn.
So, to return to the initial question, is it enough to show so that the invisible becomes visible? While visibility is crucial, it is not sufficient in itself. Art must provoke reflection, foster solidarity, and inspire ongoing struggle. It functions not merely on representation, but as a mode of resistance and historical intervention. Art in struggle is an assertion of political agency, its refusal of erasure, and the call to collective memory and action.
Ne mogu da zamislim predstavu budućnosti u drugoj boji. Neumorno kopam po fundusima i tragam za slikom koja će izgrickati svoje krajeve i povezati dva vremena. Da li je dovoljno prikazati, pa da ono nevidljivo postane vidljivo? Ekolozi navode da se u Borskom rudniku u maju 1935. godine dogodio prvi ekološki protest u Evropi. Industrijski pejzaž zadržava tragove rada. Liberalno-kapitalistički pejzaž je očišćen i prazan. Politička ekonomija nije slika, već slagalica. Poput umetnosti, ona krije istovremeno pokazujući. U Rozenthalovoj predstavi Baha umetnik prikazuje umetnika u radu. Njegovo telo je obuzeto instrumentom, ali njegov pogled je na drugoj strani. Opaziti i prepoznati odlučujuću, ali ne u potpunosti predstavljivu ulogu radne snage i klasne borbe u istoriji. Kunova grafika je umetnički prikaz borskih radnika u pobuni. Njihov pogled je uporan. Fotografija Bor u vreme Vlaške bune je dokumentarni prikaz borskih radnika u pobuni protiv francuske kolonijalne uprave u Borskom rudniku. Da li je dovoljno prikazati, pa da ono nevidljivo postane vidljivo? Razumljivo. Pedeset godina kasnije, borski rudari u socijalizmu biće prikazani u filmu Na putu za Katangu. U fabrici, koja sada pripada radnicima, oni gledaju slike drugih rudara na ekranu. Fantaziraju o lakom kopanju u srcu Afrike. Slike luksuznog života ne dolaze iz istog registra. Umeću se u samoupravljanje. One su podmetnute.
How to fulfill yourself, how to escape from the grey mediocrity and bare existence. The answer is diamonds-rich Katanga. Your dreams will come true with just a bit of guts. International Africa Agency will be only too pleased to help you forget the ordeal of your life fraught with worry about the future. Life, you can see here, is a pie in the sky for you today, but tomorrow already you'll have enough money in your pocket to be able to plan your future calmly and happily. All your problems will be over when you arrive in Katanga. International Africa Agency ensures a life you crave for, absolutely safe, and in no time you'll work your way into riches. After working for 2 years in the Black Mamba mine, you'll become a citizen of the world. Fulfill yourself. Katanga is awaiting you.
Umetnost krije, istovremeno pokazujući. Bach tokatu i fugu u D molu gradi na sukobu. U Disneyevom crtanom filmu Fantazija iz 1940. godine snimci orkestra u živoj akciji rastvaraju se u animiranim oblicima osvetljenim plavom i zlatnom bojom. Blede u apstraktne šare, održavajući zvuk i ritmove ove muzike. Koristi je i obrazovni program Radio-televizije Beograd, kao muzički deo špice za seriju lekcija iz istorije. U serijalu Antikolonijalne borbe, koji se emituje 80. godina, kolažno-dokumentarne emisije predstavljaju antikolonijalnu borbu afričkih i azijskih zemalja. Potvrđuju odlučujuću, ali ne u potpunosti predstavljivu ulogu radne snage i klasne borbe u istoriji. U maju 1935. godine seljaci i rudari iz okoline Bora traže odštetu od francuskog društva borskih rudnika, jer im emitovanje sumpornog dima i bakarnih jedinjenja zagađuje useve, rastinje i životnu sredinu. Pošto vlasnici rudnika ne pristaju, oko 400 seljana naoružanih batinama i motkama, među kojima i žene, deca i komunisti iz rudnika, ulaze u topionicu i primoravaju radnike da obustave posao. Posvećena pronalaženju i razvoju ratnih proizvoda, materijala i uređaja, kompanija Polaroid tokom Drugog svetskog rata usavršava proizvodnju stereoskopskog otiska ili vektografa. Vektograf se sastoji od dve slike, jedne za levo oko i druge slike za desno oko, koje su laminirane jedna na drugu na jednoj traci filma. Isti proces utiskivanja koristit će se i u proizvodnji instant fotografije. Godine 1970. zaposleni su otkrili umešanost kompanije Polaroid u južnoafrički sistem apartheida. Polaroid instant fotografije su se koristile kao propusnice za kretanje i identifikovanje crnih muškaraca u Južnoj Africi. Da bi izvršili pritisak na Polaroid da se povuče iz Južne Afrike, zaposleni su osnovali Polaroid revolucionarni radnički pokret i organizovali bojkot korporacije. Polaroid je prekinuo prodaju u Južnoj Africi 1977. godine. Patrice Lumumba, prvi premijer Demokratske republike Kongo i jedan od najistaknutijih glasova u afričkom antikolonijalnom pokretu, ubijen je u januaru 1961. Jedini deo njegovog tela koji je ostao, nakon što su njegovi ostaci rastvoreni u kiselini, jeste zlatni zub. Belgijski policajac koji je nadgledao uklanjanje, uzeo ga je kao trofej. Lumumbin zub vraćen je porodici 2022. godine. Crna tela u drugom planu filma Na putu za Katangu nisu samo trag solidarnosti koja se iz realnog jugoslovenskog nesvrstavanja rastvara u mimetičkom. Rad crnih tela u krajevima slike biva izostavljen. Crna tela nemaju ime. Završna špica filma ih ne navodi. Poput političke ekonomije, umetnost krije, istovremeno pokazujući. Tražeći dokument o ovom izbrisanom prisustvu, iskopavam fotografiju 3 afrička studenta Tehničkog fakulteta u Boru. Iz Zambije, iz grada Kitve koji je u bakarnom pojasu. Nalaze se u Jugoslaviji na programu za visoko obrazovanje stručnih kadrova. Dali su značajan doprinos kulturno-umetničkom životu Bora. Zvali su ih Louis, Peter, Francis. Potvrditi odlučujuću, ali ne u potpunosti predstavljivu ulogu radne snage i klasne borbe u istoriji. Politička ekonomija nije slika, već slagalica. Poput umetnosti, ona krije, istovremeno pokazujući. Arhive su rudnici, primarna proizvodnja na tačno utvrđenom mestu. Zna se gde je šta, ali ne zna se koliko toga zapravo ima. U akumulaciji kapitala arhiv postaje privatno vlasništvo. Slike koje su nekada bile društvene i predstavljale javno dobro sada su otete. Slike istorije su privatizovane, monetizovane.
Među kompanijama Jim je bila Union Minier, čije se carstvo bakra prostiralo na 20.000 km bakarnog pojasa. Union Minier proizvela je 1912. godine svega 2500 tona bakra. Pred sticanje nezavisnosti iz Konga je odlazilo blizu 300.000 tona bakra. Tako je Belgija bez 1 grama rude bakra na sopstvenom tlu postala 5. proizvođač bakra na svetu. Ispred su bile Sjedinjene Američke Države, Čile, tadašnja Severna Rodezija i Kanada. Uz pomoć tog bakra, čija se vrednost pela na blizu 2 milijarde dolara, kupljen je Čombe i ostali secesionisti. Ako je Union Minier bila kraljica bakra, For Minier je bila kraljica dijamanata koji se nalaze na tluci Kape, gde su počeli i da ih vade na svetlo dana 1906. godine. Kongo je ubrzo izbio među prve zemlje koje proizvode dijamante. Za njih je vredelo u redovima poznavalaca posla sledeće upoređenje. Južnoafrički dijamanti su tako lepi da ih je teško prodati, a kongoanski su mali ili srednje veličine i tek što ih ispirači izdvoje od mulja, već su prodati. Ekonomisti se kao i finansijeri oduševljavaju sjajem dijamanata, ali ih odmah pretvaraju u hladne cifre. 14 miliona karata, basnoslovna vrednost. I zlato imalo svoju skraćenicu, kilo mote. Za 50 godina je kompanija koja je eksploatisala zlato u Moteu izbila na 11. mesto proizvođača dragocenog žutog metala u svetu.
Ova slika nije slika borskih rudnika. Ova slika je slika Majdanpečkog kopa. Njihovo vlasništvo je isto. Slika industrijskog pejzaža istovremeno i slika političkog organizovanja seljaka radnika. Slika istorije. To nije isto. Da li je dovoljno da vidimo ono što je bilo nevidljivo da bi se povezala dva vremena? Levo oko, desno oko.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, comments, we are here.
I've got a question. Because you mentioned like a TV series about the... Is this available somewhere, like online?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the problem. There is this third channel that is educational channel on radio television Serbia now. Sometimes they make a rerun, they rerun the old things, but we didn't find this one. So even in accessing this was really hard.
How does it work in Serbia? Are like television archives kind of open to artists?
No, no. And yes. Exactly. Even for educational or cultural purposes, they just don't care, which actually the whole process made us into making this film. You need a lot of money or just kind of connections in accessing that material.
And what about this movie, The Road to Katanga? Is it, can you like, because I don't know it, can you like tell us more? Is it like, what is a plot? What, because it's like from the 80s, yes?
Yes. It's a movie that is made in production of a mining company, because they had also film production. And one of the last movies that production made as a feature film. This film was interesting, so many stories how it was made, because it was written by one local journalist and about the story of the miners, and then it was stolen again from the other screenwriters and film production and so on. That's a more trivia, but basically it was a story about one gastarbeiter that comes from France, coming back to his native town, Bor, and trying to find a job again and to fight with the trauma of his childhood, because he was molested by his father, who was also a miner and one of the most important miners from the first socialist period of this growth of industrialization. And so that's a basic narrative about his struggle, and Katanga is just a name. And it's interesting that we were watching a film trying to see where it says on the road to Katanga, and we, as a kid, we always somehow mixed it with another film which was translated in Serbian, A Train to Katanga, which is the film Mercenaries. You probably know from the 60s. It's an American film. You know about it. Maybe you know it, but never mind. But basically, it's a story. It has several lines, but like episodes, this is the story of the like a delegation from Africa. I think it's mentioned Guinea is coming to Bor and trying to make a kind of cooperation with the. So this is a kind of backdrop of his personal drama, So we are watching those two as a counterpoint, those two stories. And for us, it was interesting when we found out, we were researching basically film archive of Bor for a longer period, but let's say also working with the other people who are in Bor Library who helped us a lot. And we found out who are those extras in the film, because they were never mentioned, and actually and for us was like a kind of revelation. So we couldn't reveal all their stories because we just started it, but maybe in the future. But actually, so they, like we mentioned in the essay, they were part of the cultural life of Bor, and of course, when they used to make a film, everybody is acting in the film, so they were acting someone else, of course. But that was interesting for us to somehow connect, to find these threads, because it was for us somehow intuitively connection between two minds in a way, not directly but indirectly, not visible but more invisible. So that was a kind of challenge. Thank you.
More questions?
There.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, given that we're pretty much at time and people probably want to go get some food. But you framed this whole thing at the beginning with Mitchell's landscape, memory, and power, which is brilliant. And I guess I'm curious about your title about termites. And I wouldn't necessarily choose a white man in America to frame a thing about African mining and termites, because it's reproducing this discourse of problematic power, right? So isn't there not someone else more eligible as a framework intellectually to kind of get us thinking about termites? I mean, there's Evans Pritchard, which is again is an anthropological loaded minefield, if you will, but at least it potentially is much more relevant to the African context and the title that you've chosen. So you can choose to answer that, or you could just ignore it, because I'm not sure it's a comment or makes any sense.
Yeah. We choose Mitchell because it was a framework, for the using a landscape. But actually, the title is English and also in a Serbo-Croatian language. Title of a poem by surrealist and communist poet Oskar Davičo. And we have a serial of record of landscape in our work. So that was just a play. And we are using this collection of poems that he calls Record of the Landscape, but that was also a part of his journey to Africa, Oskar Davičo. So it's a reference that we didn't point in this lecture, because we wanted, in a way, to concentrate more on the non-aligned and this connection with Congo, but actually it's a very important reference, and the song of the record of the landscape, the record of the termite landscape is actually at the beginning of essay, and it's a word play that for us it was interesting in depicting this question of the mines. So these termites, these workers, is also something that he points at. Thank you.